I had a problem. I had a problem with that. I have a 64-bit machine, but I don't know if that was the reason. There was no installation instructions provided, just the link.
Okay.
So I accessed the SAP GUI and on another system, and then accessed it, but I've not loaded the one you sent. We need the installation instructions along with it. It was just a zipped folder that was provided.
Okay. I'm going to show you, or I'm going to send you how to install it. So that's not a problem. Okay. So who else has a problem with SAP GUI installations? Somebody else?
Can I send you my email so that you can send me the instructions, or how does that work?
Yeah, just type your email address here. I'll note it down, and then I'll send you the instructions on it.
Okay, great.
On the chat window. Yeah, thanks. So yeah, when you
on mine.
Anyone else have the questions on installing the SAP GUI?
This is Rakib, and I'm having issues. It says client host, it's an error. 100.
Okay, so what do you have these same settings that I'm showing right now, or did you put these settings? The BW name, the application server name is this.
System ID and the system number.
Yeah, are these same what you have typed in on your machine?
That's correct. Yeah.
Right. Okay, Armin, let me match the settings with me. Let me see.
Here?
Okay. No, let me see the settings. Okay. All right, go to change. Click on change. No, go back. Have you installed this already or no?
Yes.
You did. Cancel that. Okay, go to change settings. Right there. Another button. There. Everyone?
Change item.
Yeah, change item. Click on that. Hang on 1 second. Okay, no, it's not installed yet. So you're gonna start with this new, right? Next, and here I can give you that.
I have it. There you go, right?
Same thing, right? Yeah, same. How are you, Ali? You in?
I have no idea. I have this come up.
Okay,
So on my desktop, I have this log on and then.
So everybody using the same application server. Can you just see my screen? And so you guys have the same application server that whatever on my screen right now.
Let me see.
Up here, and then this is now what do we put? You and what he has, BW.
Let me read it to you.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
On the application.
Description. Application says custom application server. I think that's right.
Right. So
description.
Where it says application server, put this IP address.
Description. What is under
Not the description.
Nothing.
The description right now.
Okay, application
Okay.
server.
Okay. Let me start from the first. So you guys can see what it is. Okay. So when you have this little icon here on your GUI, if it is installed, that's what the create button is, and the next one is the edit button, and the next one is the delete button. Okay. So this is all it is. So all you need to do is right now I'm deleting this. So I will create one for you. Let's start with it. So when you create the first button on a create session, so you have all these options: help, cancel, next, and finish. So you have to do the next. So this is where the screen that it takes you to. Okay. So in some of the clients, you may not see the custom application server. They do with a server selection, the group servers, to manage some server settings. So it depends on the company that usually that's how they manage. So the description is totally up to you how you want to name it as. So right now I want to name it as BW7.4. I can still name it as BW7.4. And the application server name is 89.179.19. Is this true? This is what you have?
91, not 19.
91. 91.
One quick thing. Here you're showing the 730 GUI, but the link that was sent to us was for 710, older version.
Okay.
So maybe the
Okay.
screen. So maybe the screens
Okay.
might be. Yeah, but I could not install that properly. So I don't know if the screens will look different.
Screens doesn't really look different, but yeah, I'll send you the installable file so that you can install it. It doesn't matter. Okay. So
Okay.
before you install the new version that we're going to send it to you, can you uninstall the older version? Make sure you do uninstall from your documents. Some are going to place in the documents. Some folders can be created in documents, and also some from your control panel. Make sure you did delete them. Okay.
Okay.
So now the whole important thing in here is the application server, instance number, and the system ID. The description doesn't really matter. So whatever you put it automatically pops up. Okay. So now if you do next, so this screen is really for some single sign-on, which is called a single sign-on mechanism, which you don't need to enter your password all the time. So you can activate that. See, there is an option called SNC, login with user ID password, no single sign-on. So there is an option here, right? So when you activate this stuff, the activate secure network communication, it should be using through your domain on your network. When you go and work in some place, there is a domain for that company specific, and it uses through a domain, and then you can do a single sign-on to that system. So that's how the single sign-on setup. Okay? Do you guys understand till this point?
Yeah, good.
Okay, so for now, we don't have the single sign-on option as of now, so that we just turning it off. So we're not putting that active secure network right now. Okay, so and then do a next. So this is all it's going to give you. These are the default page settings, so we shouldn't change it. So we are a Unicode system right now, so we shouldn't change that. And then do a finish. So now I have BW7.4. If I click on it, it automatically opens this page. So the client 100, whatever she sends you an email, it's always a default they set it up to. So we talked about the client in the last class, if you guys remember. So the client can be, I'll talk about the client as well right now, okay, the definition of the client. So we just, did you guys get this document at least?
I'm in SAP. What was the...
Did you guys get the
No.
definitions document? Not yet? Okay. I'll send it to you guys, or I'll talk to her about that too. Okay. I'll make sure all the things are set up in one of the shared drives so you guys can access it. So the client is nothing but a client is a subset of a data in an SAP system. So if you take any SAP systems, it will have a client number. No matter what, it can be 001 or it can be 9999. So it has, if you go to the screen right now, it has a space of 3 numbers that you can put the name on. So when they install the system, they're going to name it the system with a client number. And they're going to differentiate your test system or your development system and your production system with their naming conventions, however they wanted to use it. Some clients, they have 200 as a dev, 100 as a dev, 200 as a queue, and 300 as a production system. In some places, all 3 systems will have the same unique client ID. Okay? So you may be confused. In some places, they might be using one number for all the landscape throughout the landscape. In some places, they might use different numbers. It doesn't really matter what number they're using. It depends on the name, the environment, and the number together makes the data different. Okay? Because in the dev, it's BI dev client 210 might have a different data, and the BI QAS 210 might have a different data. Okay? So they're all independent and dependent. So if you see what it talks about a client is a subset of the data in the SAP system, and the data shared by the clients are called client independent data. That's what I'm saying. So in the dev system, whatever the data that lies in dev system is independent on that particular system. It doesn't really correlate with the queue system. Okay? You guys got it, what I'm trying to say? Hello?
Shri,
Yes.
we're following you. We're trying to get the screen set up so we could all be on one page here.
Okay. All right. I'll wait on it then.
Just give us a minute. I'm going to try to get somebody in here.
Okay.
I think the kid didn't know. Let me just try to find it myself. No, I'm just trying to power this. Don't.
Get this set up so we're
You know how to power this on? I turned this on already, but it's not powering on. There's an on-off right here. So I did this already.
I think we have to get this.
But this should show at least. Yeah.
But this has to feed that, doesn't it?
Right, but you should show on.
Should at least show on. That's one piece, and this is the other piece.
This is good. You can log in.
So we need to.
This one, ITMBS.
All right.
Your mode is not working.
Okay. Where's the key? Apple.
Take your battery.
These are cake. Come on, baby.
Take the battery first.
I mean, it's showing light, but it's just not responding to that. I'm wondering if there's an on-off switch for that. That's what I'm concerned.
Okay, so I'm onto the computer, but now we have to go into
Open up the email.
the link. I need the link, right? So I need other Google Chrome. Oh, log SAP
You
log.
looked at the switch. No.
Google Chrome to the link.
Sridhar, in the meantime, is it possible to email those transaction codes and this today's document? I've sent you my email.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I'm sending it, yes.
Power on it.
Global dot. Global dot. Type in global dot.
In go to meeting or
No, just type in. I'll give you the
here? Global.
dot. Go to meeting. .com. All one space.
Yeah, this one join.
Yeah. Type in up top. This way, all the way.
All right, I'm gonna help.
Yeah.
Then one.
Slash 4070 9215.
This is setting up another call.
That'll go in.
I know, because it's just power on. It's not powering on that. How do you try this up? I should. We should.
Instead of searching the browser, don't search it. Go up top. Yeah. Global dot. Go to meeting. There we go. Okay. Go in.
Nothing.
Log application.
Power on first before anything else happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a simple thing. It's not getting power.
Yeah, unplug it and plug it back.
We did that. So
Oh, no.
but
that thing is not working.
Yeah, I'll try getting another remote from that one.
if that works, fine. First thing I'm gonna.
900 degrees in here.
Maybe it's the other. Maybe the other plug is okay.
It did
We
that.
did that already.
Oh, you did that already. Okay, I missed it. Oh, you're gonna make it longer to another plug.
Right here.
There we go.
Mark.
Good. That's it.
Okay.
Hello?
Just pull this over.
Almost there.
All right.
We're logged in on the main PC, but just trying to get the projector working so we can have it on the screen. So we're like in one classroom, you know?
Oh yeah, that would be easy for you guys.
It'd be easier. Then we have it on our own computer, and we're all connected on the. Let's see where we're at.
I think it's that. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe there's the battery on this.
Yeah, she's gonna bring me another remote. You got another remote?
This is the battery. Have a good New Year.
Oh, it's nice, yeah.
Vacation?
No, not really.
No?
Stay
working?
home. Yeah, stay home with the family, you know.
Yeah. Were you working?
I went to Florida. Yeah.
You went to Florida?
Yeah.
You ended up going? Did you have plans to go? You went?
No, we just like, I took the vacation that time. So.
You went. So you didn't really want to the course for the weekend?
Yeah, it was just happening. My brother said, let's go. Let's go.
You drove.
He drove, yeah.
You drove.
Yeah,
Kids?
oh, yeah. Yeah, I
Why
have two
not?
kids.
It's easy.
Yeah,
Yeah, you don't need
That's
airfare because I looked at airfare like 16 or so. I'm like, forget it.
yeah.
And my
You
kids
got-
went down. But
yeah. It's fun.
yeah. Where'd you go?
Tampa. My cousin lives there. We wanted to see her for a long time. I'm like,
That's
let's
not
go.
great.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Just drive.
I know. It's
Get
not
outta
like
here.
spontaneous. Let's
Get
go.
out of here.
Let's go. That's fun.
Yeah,
Is it not working?
How is it working? Just doing my laptop. Let's see.
shake it. Bang it 2 times.
Trust me, I'm not there.
I hear it.
Yes.
I hear it. So is there one on this side that does not cross you?
Let's see. I mean, I
This
really,
strip
honestly,
works.
I'm good.
Yeah. Give me.
Check that if that's working.
Yeah. That is
We're almost there, my man.
Yes.
Sri, almost there, okay? 2 seconds. Lou.
It's on. Is it on?
Didn't make any sound. Try the other one.
You try to just plug it in on that strip work. Non-plugged in there. Well, I don't know if it was. Maybe I'm not even working.
Check with your laptop.
I don't even know if my,
No, let me have that.
yeah, my phone's not charging.
Okay, so that side is not working at all.
Yeah,
All right, hang on. I'm gonna.
that's weird.
Okay, plug that in. See if you can. Are you last one?
Yeah, mine's working. I'm charging my laptop.
Yeah, excellent. That's it. So that's no problem. All right.
So this isn't working at all. That's weird.
Side.
Thanks, man.
That's it.
That means my laptop's gonna die too. Can you look for an extension cord?
It's right behind you.
For an extension cord?
Hang on. Oh, let's take this one. Hang on. Grab your bag.
Oh, I
Hang on.
is that one on? Is the light on?
Yeah, that's what we're doing, but. Yeah, let's make it work right.
Yeah, it'll make it work. Before I know it, my laptop's gonna be out of
Okay. Which one was working from your side? Anything?
Yeah, try that.
Hello?
You know what?
Yes,
This-
we're almost there.
See it. Try it.
Oh, you guys are almost there? Oh, all set up? Okay. Okay.
See it charging.
Yeah.
No.
Are these guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go across there.
All right. No, what should, okay, Hannah. What is that we are not reading all that actually?
Is there another one? He's got more over there.
Yeah, I got more. If you want.
Yeah, maybe just on the floor. Let's just say.
Yeah, your laptop should be.
Yeah, it's easier to see on my phone quickly, you know?
You have, why don't you charge your phone with
My
your
phone's,
laptop?
my phone's 95%. I'm not really worried about the phone, but it's just easier to see it.
Do you want to?
Yeah, now it's working. That's working.
Laptop, right? That's it then.
That's working.
Okay.
Put on the- there, yeah.
So everybody can see my screen right now?
Yeah, I think so.
Just one
Okay.
second. We were trying to find the power plugs that are working.
Yeah, I don't need to plug the phone out. more. Crap, what was it? Okay.
Better, right?
Better.
Eileen, can you turn the light off?
Yeah.
See what happens?
Nice.
All right, that's better.
This is better, right?
Okay.
All right, we're good.
Okay. So can you mute your microphones? And can you send your email addresses on the chart so that I can send you one of the documents right now? Okay.
Yeah, you maybe
So-
should put all of our emails in one group.
Yeah. I'll set up a group so that if you guys can send me right now, I'll just share it now. But
Sure.
I'll group you guys so that I'll send one email so everybody can see that.
Nice.
Can you type on your the little screen, the chat window, please?
Yes.
Okay. So now, this is what the screen, when you
Chat.
try to click on that, this is what the screen that it looks like. And then I just entered my username and the password.
Yeah, we passed that. We're logged in. We're good.
Okay, so you guys have your user ID and password and you logged in and you're seeing this screen. Is it true?
Yes.
Yes.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. So the first thing, the whole thing that we start with is first transaction. You have to remember this transaction. This is the main powerful data warehousing transaction called RSA1. So see, there was a small little box here. If you can see that there was a checkbox, which is enter, and there was a small little box, a drop-down window, and it has where I typed in the transaction code. You guys can see that?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
all the pages, so all these screens are linked with the transaction codes in SAP. They are same as like the hyperlinks. I'm just giving you an example. So if you see any of the websites, right? So when you click on the website, it takes you to another page, right?
Yeah.
So the same thing on the transaction here, they're made as a transaction codes in all SAP systems. So when you click on the transaction code on this box directly, it automatically takes you to the page that you want it to go. Okay? So you have to remember some of the transaction codes that I'm going to send it to you right now. Okay? So those transaction codes I'll show you right now. So these transaction codes, the sheet I'm going to send it to you right now before we go further. So there are certain transaction codes on this page. So all these, I don't want to ask you to by heart this, but you have to remember these. So to do some steps, so you have to remember which transaction code do what, at least. If not, it's going to be a problem. Okay? So this is the first baby step to go and understand the system. All right? So now we start with RSA1 transaction. So what does this transaction do? So this transaction really does give you an access to a place where it's called data warehousing workbench or a modeling screen. So this is where you do a lot of stuff on a modeling perspective. Okay? So this is the main transaction for SAP BI, which is RSA1. Okay? So everybody got that?
Yeah.
I'll just explain the left side of the tabs for now in 10 minutes, and then we'll go further. Okay? So this favorites. So if you have a specific items, a specific objects that you want to add it for now as your favorite, that you can add those objects as your favorites for now when you're doing a development. Okay? So this is just the find button. So if you want to find an object, if you have a list of objects that you can find, you can search with a technical name, you can search with a description, or you can just search with an exact match. So what are all these? So there are different object types that we have on SAP BI system. So we have the info areas, we have application components, we have info providers, we have info source, we have different kind of rules, staging areas, info object, planning, and other objects. So if you don't know that object where it belongs to, you can just do all object types. Okay? Or if you know which area it specifics to, then you can search that particular area. If it is an info area, you can search as an info area. If it is a staging, you can do a staging and all that. Okay? So till this point, we're good, right? So data flows. So what is a data flow? And do you have any definition on your mind? Any like, can anyone tell us what is a data flow is?
Data flows, no. Can you elaborate? Can you?
How the data goes from one place to another, where it starts and where it goes through and where it ends up.
Okay, so how the data
Like
is
process,
flowing.
like the process of the data.
Okay, so yeah. So what is an info provider? So the info provider is nothing but where you store the data really. And you may not, so there are two types of info providers. One is virtual, one is physically that you store the data into an info provider. So even there are different types of info providers that we call it as. Some you store the data physically, some you don't. So some info providers, those are basically acts as a virtual provider, which just access the data and give you the result. But they physically don't store any data in their physical database. Okay? And then the info object. So the info objects are basically as a fields that we talked about another day. But in BI, they call it as info objects. Okay, we go deep in and then see what each definitions are. The info source. Okay, let's go here.
Shri?
Yeah, go ahead.
The practical guide to SAP BI that you are sending us, does that have all of this?
Yes, it has
sort of
all
like
of this.
print screens and all that?
Yes, it has all of this. I'm going to send you only the T-code definitions. And these definitions probably she might send it to you. There is a big list of definition document. I have it. But I don't know if she sent it to you or not, but I can send it to you before we finish the first session. Okay?
Okay, because I like to have the documentation because then I write on it and I put my notes for my own learning, you know?
Yeah, I agree. So, so no problem. So everybody knows what the client is right now, right? So so this is the definition of the client that I gave it to you. So everybody understand what's the definition of the client, right? So let's go with an application component. So what is an application component? So how it can be used and why it's being using and what is really worth using and have an application component. So the application components are used to organize the info source. So the info source is another object where an application component behaves like a folder or a structure for all these info sources. So the application component where you organize all your info sources. Okay? So there are similarly the info areas where you organize all your info cubes and info objects. Okay? Is this clear?
Yeah. It's theoretical right now.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. So, but when you go to the system, you'll understand what the application component is. Okay?
Theoretically, we get it.
Okay. So, the characteristic is nothing but it's a description of the field, like your material ID, your customer ID, or your sales rep ID, or anything that you talk about, any specific name that you talk about is a characteristic. Because if you see, the name is a characteristic, the address is a characteristic, the phone number is a characteristic, right?
Yes.
So all these are the characteristics, and one big thing is your technical name of an SAP characteristic in SAP BI is not more than 9 word length of a name. So you cannot put more than 9 in there. So you can do ABC. You can't do ABCD because SAP naming convention starts with 0. So if you see any object start with 0, that's an SAP created object. if you see anything that starts with Z, that is somebody from the customer specific created. Either it may be a developer or it may be another guy. Okay? So that's the one big difference, that when you see an object, how to really identify an SAP object, this always starts with 0. All right? So what is a data warehouse, and why is really important? So the data warehouse is to analyze, report, and predict the things that in our business, what's happening today. That's why the data warehouse we're going to build it, right? Other than that, what other importances that you have for the data warehouse? It's not anything. Nobody wants it to know what you're doing in the back end, but all they wanted to know is to report the data and analyze the data and predictive the data. And by using that data, you have to do a predictive analysis, right? That's all every company is trying to achieve. Is it agree for it?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So why are we have a data mart, and what is a data mart? A data mart is nothing but where you store the data in your system. So those are the places where you can call it as a data mart as well.
Like a
Okay.
supermarket.
What?
Like a store, like a supermarket.
Like a supermarket. You can call, yeah, you can make it easy. Yeah, has your terms of money. Yeah. So where you find all the data in a specific set and in an organized way is called a data mart. Okay. So what is a data source? What do you call it as a data source? The data source is an object where it gathers the information in a structured format and gives you the data to load it into an object, is what the data source is. So the data source is really from your source system, right? Wherever your source system is there, from that to a target system, it structures the data set and sends over the same structured data sets over and over. That's what a data source is. So if you see the definition, the data source is not only a structure, which it's only in the source system, it's logically grouped together. So the data was grouped together. Okay? And then using our ETL transformations, ETL job, so everybody remember what is ETL is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Extract,
Transform.
transform, and load, right?
Load, yes. So that's all we do at the end. So before we do that, we really need the structure of the data that we're going to bring over, right? So that's all. Well, go ahead. What's your question?
Just how you want it to come over, in what order and what format, how you want it to come over so you could read it in.
Yes. So how do you want to read the data and then pull it over? So that's the whole definition of the data source.
Yeah.
Okay. So
But you want, how
so
you want it to come in.
so the dimension table. So this we talked about last week. What is the dimension table? So the dimension table. So do you guys remember what star schema is?
Yeah.
Okay. So the the star schema is one fact table surrounded by the dimension tables. That's all it's called as a star schema, right? So each individual dimension table has its own dim IDs, and it generates the SID IDs with the master data, right? So now in the dimension tables, you see the fact tables. Okay. So what in dimension tables, when it relates to a fact tables, and then in all the dimension tables, you have a master data, and some part of the transactional data is also in the dimensions. Okay. So most likely, if you're building a cube, they don't do a line item detail. So what is a line item detail? I'll explain you. But in the most of the info cubes, okay, they try to put the information in as much as aggregated as. Okay, so they don't want to put the document level. They try to put the information at a material level or a customer level or more material and customer way, or some sort of that characteristic driven, but not an item data driven. Okay, that's what usually the people follow it. Okay. So what is a display attribute? The display attributes are nothing but they provide a supplemented information to be a characteristic, like the customer has an address. It can be a display attribute. A phone number, it can be a display attribute. A postal code can be a display attribute. For the material, if you say the dimensions of the material can be a display attribute. And the text, not the text, not the description, the length, weight, units, all these can be an attributes associated to a material. And what type of a material is it? So the type of the material can be an associated a display attribute of that particular material master data object. Okay? So so there are two different types. Go ahead.
So we're talking about a characteristic, let's say as material number, right? And the display attribute is like detail about that characteristic, right?
Yes. So if you say the detail of, if you see the customer numbers, a simple example is the customer number is a characteristic, so it never changes. So as we talk about the customer number, once you enter the system into the system, the customer number 1, so he will never change to a customer number 2. He's always 1, and his associated characteristics like his name, his address, his phone number, or his recent things, all these things are as one. Each of those are display attributes, right? Because when you display the customer, so what is the other than the customer number, something associated to that guy, right? So his name, all these. So all these are, some of them are referenced as a display attribute. Some are a navigation attributes. So why do we use these navigation attributes? So the navigation attributes is really used for the reporting purposes. Okay? So how it's been used, I'll show you later. But remember this way, the navigation attributes are really important in your reporting purpose. Okay?
Okay, so it's you're going to pull it for displaying
the associated characteristics or associated attributes of the customer or any master data. That's where you have all the display attributes and the navigation attributes come into the picture. Okay. If you see more information about the particular characteristic, that's all when you need all these attributes. If not, you don't need it, right? You can just live with the name and the number, right?
Okay.
See, if you're really trying to identify a customer, which postal code and what's his address, then you need all these attributes. If not, if you have the customer number and the name of it, if they're like, let's say you have 4 different customer numbers, but their names are same, so then you need all these attributes. If not, you don't need to differentiate, right?
Got it.
You understand what I'm
Got it.
So how do you differentiate? Then only these display attributes comes into the picture and say, oh no, you're looking for the Oklahoma guy, not for the Illinois guy.
Okay, so that could be too much detail. The client may not want that.
Yeah. So every time the client, every time they don't want to see those displayed details, right? All the details of the customer.
Okay.
In a specific set of requirement, yes. In a specific set of requirement, they wanted to see which location this customer really belongs to.
Right. So they may want one attribute of that characteristic that's key for that analysis.
That's going to tell you what this is.
Because they want to send a mail merge to certain locations or regions or something like that. And there's a code key attribute that they want for every customer number.
Yes. Okay.
Could you email this document? You said you were collecting all the emails. If you can email the document.
Yeah. Okay. 1 second.
Right now. That'd be easier.
Because then we can keep referring to it as you speak.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Can you make it larger on your screen, the words, the document? Can you make it, it's at like 50%?
Okay, yeah, I'll make
Can
it.
you make
one
it
second.
larger, this display?
The fonts are very small.
Yeah, that's good, because I like following along, but if you can make it bigger, larger, the list. It's still easier to follow on him than on our own. But if it's larger, font,
I'm bringing my bigger monitor.
bigger monitor,
Because I can't.
that's not
Because
big.
that's blurry.
If he makes it bigger, it'll be better.
Here, if it makes it bigger, we'll be able to see.
Yeah.
Up there, it's blurry.
Sri, do you understand? We're just looking for you to make your display larger.
Okay,
And we can see
actually,
that. No, on the, not on the,
That's me.
oh, that's you. Yeah, exactly, right there. Yeah,
Okay,
much
you guys,
better. Bigger.
okay,
Even more.
is this okay? A little bit more?
Can you go a little more? Can you go to 100%?
Yeah, it's already 170%.
Perfect.
That's better, much better.
It's much better.
Much better, thank you. We're good.
Okay.
Great. And also, just email it also so we can refer to both the screen as well as our document.
Okay, let me put your all email IDs here, and then I'll email.
There's more of us in here. Wasim, Rakib, there's more. Are we more than 4 people on the line?
I think so.
Because I wasn't feeling well, and I was not sure if I'm getting a cold or what. And I don't want anybody to get sick.
I'm not worried.
You have your share already?
What?
You were sick already?
No, I stay healthy. I don't believe I'm going to get sick. So.
I know, we're just trying to be considerate here.
You know, I mean, my job is to keep my immune system up, right? That's my job. And your job is to cover yourself when you sneeze.
Right.
I'm not to the point.
But you know what I'm saying? You wash your hands, yeah. Sore throat. You just gargle with warm salt water.
Yeah,
Did you ever do that?
I've been doing that.
Yeah, it's work.
Yeah, it works.
And garlic, not garlic, my friend eats ginger, fresh ginger. Says it burns, but it cleans it out. Yeah, it's fresh, fresh. She says she says you get used to it, she says it's great.
Drink honey and lemon.
Honey and lemon, but you have to kill the germs, so
Ginger really works.
ginger really works.
Whole thing?
No.
She bites
As
it,
much as you
she
can.
sucks on it. Yeah.
What about ginger ale?
Burn. Yeah, all the sugar. And stay off sugar and stay off dairy. When you're sick,
Okay, I just sent you an email, the documentations and the presentation and decodes. Can you, if you can open it, that would be fine. Okay. So what is a DSO? So the DSO. Hello. Okay. Okay.
data,
So. Yeah, are you guys following me right now? Okay. So the DSO, it's a data store object. The name was in 3.5 is ODS. It's an operational data store. And in 7.0 version or 7.1 and going forward, it's going to be DSO, data store object. So it has 2 different names. In 3.5, they look same and technically, but their naming is called in different versions as a different. So in 3.5, they call it as an operational data store. In 7.0 and higher versions, it's called as data store object. Okay? You guys are clear on that? And then, go ahead. What's your question?
the location, storage location. So after you create this database, you have to put it somewhere.
Yeah, it's basically you're creating a table. That's all. It's called a DSO. So it's an operational data table. So basically, when you create a table, you have to be a certain kind of because the info cubes has its dimension tables and effect tables, but the DSO really it is not dimensional tables. It's basically a one flat table associated with all these dimensions. So you have the dimensions IDs already generated by your master data. It's been using it. Okay, so the DSO behaves entirely different than your InfoCube object in SAP BI. So there are two different objects, really very different things that they do. Okay, so there are two different perspectives of seeing those two objects. So they don't align the data in the same way as we think. So they have their own way of aligning the data and retrieving the data and storing the data. So they have their different approaches. Okay.
It's more static.
The DSO usually, in most of the cases, the DSO is used in the olden days to make sure you have it as a staging layer. Okay, and then you load it into a cube in different ways of loading. So in some places they load an aggregated information. In some places they don't load an aggregated information. So this is the first where you clean the data, and then now even in DSO you can report a larger sets of data. In HANA, when you have HANA as a database, the DSO can also leverage for the reporting very extensively. Okay, so now most of the clients who have HANA database, they use a DSO as a flat structured table, so that you can use even for the reporting. It suffices the reporting need and it works better. Okay, that's all about it.
So Sridhar, my question is, here you're saying the data from a data store object can be updated with a delta update into InfoCubes. So it's not very clear. Can you do? I mean, you can do updates from the data store to the InfoCube, but can you do the data update backwards from the InfoCube to the DSO?
Yes, in some designs you can do it.
Okay. And you also said that this used to be a kind of staging area. So how is this different from the PSA?
Okay, I'll tell you that. So in the PSA, when you pull the data from the source on any source, irrespective of using an SAP or using a third-party system that you're trying to pull the data from that source to a BI system, it comes and sits, the first request comes and sits into the PSA. So every data source that we talked about earlier on the front, that definition specific, every data source will have a PSA, which is a persistent staging area. That's what the PSA stands for. So in the PSA, it's a raw data. So you don't have any cleansing or nothing. So whatever the raw text or the raw data format in your originating system, which is in there, you're just bringing it over. But you're not yet cleaned the data. You don't have massaged the data according to the business rules, and you haven't done any of those sort. So you're not transforming the data. You just extracted the data and put it in a place where you want it first. And then from there, you really transform it in the way that you want into a data store. So let's say you have 10 different cubes, okay? And then you want to change the data from the PSA to a DSO in the middle layer, where you want to transform or you want to add some business logic to the data that you extracted, which is in PSA, and then you change some stuff and load it into the DSO, which is a delta every day. And then you want that data into more business transforms into the cubes, into each cube as its own transformation. So you can use this data and do different sort of analysis into different cubes. So you can place the data into different cubes in different ways.
Okay.
So let's say, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so therefore they are both staging areas, but you said the PSA is organized by data source, correct?
See, in the PSA there is no key, okay? So there is no key concept on the table. There is no key fields. In the DSO, it's a flat table where you can load the data from the PSA to the DSO by using some key fields. So let's say you have a schedule line, let's say you have a sales document number, right? So in the PSA, usually there is no key. It's a flat table. It's like an Excel file, or it's like a table where you dump the whole data, which doesn't have any column keys, table keys. So you know about the primary key of the table, right? So when you're asking this, so the primary keys, there is no primary key. There is nothing set up in the PSA. So there is no keys. So it's a flat data that you have is an Excel file. So now you want that to be cleansed and cleaned into where you want that data into a table format where it has a primary key. So that's where the DSO is really has to be put in, because you want that data to be organized in a key format, right? So you want a specific keys for your table. When you're building a table, you know you want that to be a specific with keys. Otherwise, when you retrieve it, it's going to take a long time.
Okay. So they are both flat files, but the flat files in the ODS have got, or in the DSO have got primary keys.
Yeah, you have the primary keys to set up. You have where you can clean the data and then store in different ways before you load it up to the cubes. Okay. So that's why it tells you in the first line, if you see the DSO is a storage location, consolidate and cleanse the transaction data or master data and very lowest level. And then this is available using the BEX query. So you can use a BEX query on that. So where you cannot use a BEX query on a PSA, because I cannot write a query on a PSA. I can write a query against the DSO.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's the biggest difference.
Okay.
So there are three kinds of DSOs. Okay. One is a standard DSO, and another one is a write optimized DSO, and another one is direct update DSO. So why we have three different DSOs? Why do we need three different DSOs? Is it really worth having it or not? So that I'll talk about it. For now, just remember, because when I show you the object, really those are the different categories. You may not understand what is active table, what is new data table, what's change log table. I have to tell you all that. Rather than I'll show you it and then I'll tell you that. Okay? So there are three different types of DSOs. Remember that first. So what is a fact table? Why do we need? Why do we have E table, F table in the info cube? So when you build an info cube, when you create an info cube, it has two different types of tables. One is E fact table, and another one is F fact table. So when you load the data, the first thing it goes and sits in the F fact table. All the time, irrespective of when you're loading the data, it's going to go to all the time F fact table. Once you have compressed the data, so what do you mean by compressing? So let's say you're loading the request day by day, right? So you load it for a month. So you have 30 requests now. So if you have 30 requests, so you can also have the unique request ID for each of those requests every day. So rather than if you compress them, what it does in the background is really compress the data and moves from F table to E table. So what will happen is when it searches, it never searches with the request ID. So the request ID will be compressed. So the data is really in the E table, not anymore in the F table. But you think it's an F table. No. When you compress anything in the cube, the data is going to move from F table to E table. So when there is a request, you're compressing it. Remember, this is a technical question most of the times they ask in the interview. So when you're compressing the data in the info cube, you're transferring the data which is in the fact table first and going over to the E fact table. From the F fact table to the E fact table, that's where you move the data when you compress it. Okay? Is this point clear?
Yes.
So,
it happens automatically, you have to do it.
we have to do it. So there is an option where you come.
That step.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is a process where you can automatically compress every day when you load the data after. So it automatically compresses that request so that it will move the data from your F table to E table.
Yeah. So
Okay.
the question I have is,
Okay.
let's say you have a query.
Okay.
It's not necessary that the query will read from the EFACT table only. It might read from the FFACT table also, correct?
Yes. So let's say that's what I am doing right now. So you have so all the time what you do is you have one cube where it has a request, and then in the same cube you have the EFACT table data and FFACT table data. Why we have it? Why can't we compress every day? No, we cannot compress every day. Some of the cubes we can compress it, some of the cubes we don't. Why? If there is a data that is going from one cube to another cube, let's say if the data is going from one cube to another cube, so in that case, the lower cube, they avoid compressing it, because if something is messed up in the topmost level of the cube, right? So you have to reload it. Then once you compress it, you lose that request ID generation, because the request, what happens is when you compress it, right? So you cannot undo it, and then when you undo it, you lose the data. So they don't want, once you compress it, it's hard to do it, because you change all those request ID numbers in the data set. So it will be generating its when it goes to the E table, it generates its own request numbers. So it has its own index. It will not have the same index when it loads in the F table. So F table has its own indexing when compared to the E table. So when you compress it, it changes the indexing of it. So they do behave in different ways. So in F table, I think it uses the bitmap, and then the other one uses the bit tree. So these are I'll go more detail. Yeah, bitmap and bit tree. Yes.
Okay.
So I'll go more detail on that. For now, we just concentrate what is E table and F table. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Just real quick, just to fill in some knowledge.
Okay. Go ahead.
When you talk about compressing, can you just explain what that is doing? Compressing
compression.
details to summary, or what?
Okay, so let's say what it does is, in the compression, what it really does is, see, you have when you load a data into an FFACT table, it corresponds to a lot of dimension tables and stuff. So when you compress it, it looks the IDs, when it generates, it will be more dimension IDs generating for one particular record, because every time when you load a record into a fact table, it has to generate a unique set of IDs with all these dimension IDs, what is formatted by the master data. So let's say you have a customer number, material number, something else, location, everything is a master data, right? So each of the master data associated with the transaction data will generate one of the new IDs to locate this record.
Okay.
When it is in the F table. So when it moves to the E table, it takes care and puts into the one particular line and then in one index. So that what it does, when it searches for the particular row that you're looking into the report, it goes and hits into one index. So in the F table, it has more IDs together to come with, but the index is really going to change when you compress it. So the indexing of those two, that's where I said the bitmap and bit tree are really important. So the indexing of these two methodologies are different. So the search technique of the record is also different. So when you compress it, it knows. It goes and search very fast because it knows it's only going in one direction of searching. It doesn't go all around. You know, that's all about it.
It's taking the key information you need and like kind of like taking out what you need and putting it in another place, re-indexing it so you can quickly find what you need.
Basically, it's an optimization of reading it. So basically, how do you read it? Because when you have a larger data set, so when you have that compression, you can read that way faster than when it is not compressed.
So you don't have all the extraneous information that you really don't need.
Yes. So you can exclude that very fast. That's all about it.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
I already talked about info area. So what is InfoCube? So InfoCube, I already told you, it is associated with the fact tables and dimension table. And then the maximum characteristics of an InfoCube allowed in a technical name is 30. Okay. So what is InfoCube compression? That's all we just talked about. It uses both multiple data loads and requests. So info object. So info object can be a key figure or a characteristic, are collectively called as info objects. So what are info objects? Either it can be a characteristic object or a key figure object. So what is a key figure object? The key figure object is nothing but where you store all your values. So all your numbers, basically the transaction numbers, like net price, net value, sale price, or however you name it as, okay, or a net weight, or a length of it, or a width of it. All these are stored in the key figures. So anything, it's a measure object, that's the key figure. Okay, what's the question?
Yeah, so sorry to interrupt the flow, but suppose you compress a InfoCube.
Okay.
Basically, you are moving data from the F fact table to the E fact table, right? And you're removing some surrogate IDs, I think, correct, in the E fact table. Now, does it mean that you're emptying the F fact table?
You're not completely emptying it, right? So if you compress the whole thing, if you're really compressing the whole cube, all the requests that loaded into the cube,
okay,
it's gonna really there's no data remains when you compress it. It goes to the F table. Okay, from F table to E table. Okay. When you really do that, the only thing it's going to search on the F table when you query it. The first thing it looks for, because when you create a query, either you use some of those dimension names, right? Let's say in your query you're using customer number, okay? In a specifics. So let's say you run it for a report in a month range, okay, from month to day. Let's assume that you're running a report from month to day. So it looks for the date first. So which is the first highest characteristic that you can sort with? So it looks for the date. So it picks the date in the select. So that part, logical part, is done by the BI programming at the back end. So we don't do that. SAP is already written some programs for that. So it looks for the date first. So it identifies the date, what the date range that you're running for, and then depends on that the select runs. And then it checks for all the belonging customers from that date range, looks in your F table way fast. So is this data is still in the F table first? If there is yes, then it goes and checks. If it doesn't identify that data range from the dates first, it directly jumps over to the E table. There's no point of searching in the F table again.
Okay, I understand. But is it possible that your query will have a date range which spans across 3 or 4 months, where some of the data is still in the F fact table and most of the data is in the E fact table?
Yes. So in some cases, you have 3 months of data. You're running for a 4 months of report. Let's assume that you're running your quarterly report, not the quarterly report. Let's assume that you're running a quarterly report. So you have 2 months of data in your E table and 1 month of the data in your F table. It still leverages and checks the first F table, what the data that it can bring from F table, and then it goes and checks for the E table. First, it starts with F and then go to the E table and retrieve back everything. So that's how it goes.
Okay, so some of the a portion of the query is optimized and some of it is not.
Yes. So that's why most of the time they ask you to compress it. So it's automatically. So when you compress it, it's already it has its good performance because you're only searching an SAP table and you don't have all these circuit IDs to deal with. And then the indexing is different. So that is the two important things when you really search on the F table rather than E table than F table.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, what is an info object catalog? So this is info object catalog. So how do you distinguish which catalog? How do you use your characteristics and the measures? So you have two different types of info objects. One is key figures, and another one is a characteristic. So the key figures are nothing but the measures. Okay. So the info object catalog can define its own naming for the characteristics as well as the key figures. So it's basically another level of structured formatting all these objects in a specific way. Other than that, nothing else. Okay. So it's also, its technical name is 30 characteristic wide. So you can put maximum 30 different letters in it. So what is an info package? So info package is nothing but, so it's basically when you load the data from your source system. So it should trigger a specific job where it brings the data over from the source to the target. So that's where the info package is really coming to the picture. So the info package is a technical object. It goes and it triggers a job in the source system and brings over back the data to the target system. Is that clear?
The store system and target.
Hello?
Yes.
Is everybody clear about the info package?
Yeah.
Okay. So the technical name of the info package is never ever recreated. It's a system generated technical name. Okay. There are some SAP created info packages already in the system. When you have installed the SAP BI content, you will see zero. It starts with 0 info packages. If not, when you create an info package, you will never give ever the technical name. It automatically generated by the system. Okay, it's 30 character wide, and then it's automatically generated by the system. We never create it. Okay. So we already talked about the info providers. So what is an info source? Again, it's a logical grouping. Okay, where we can use it, the info sources. The info source can be used in different ways. So when you have two different layers of transformations, so you can use the info source. So in what way you can use it? I'm sure technically better than it helps you more than even if I explain it here. So I already explained what is key figure and what are the differences and all this. So in the ODS, I forgot to tell you one thing. There is a specific object called zero record mode. So this is one of the important things, remember, and then at least if you can go through this, it will be good. So remember this, zero record mode. The zero record mode, it identifies when you're loading into a DSO, okay, the data from the PSA, it identifies, are you inserting a new record or an existing record, or you're updating something in that record, or you're deleting that record. All those things it will identify. Okay, so what is the really difference between the DSO and the queue? There is one big difference. So when you generate the keys, when you think those are the real keys for the table, okay, so you can overwrite it. So that means even if you load the same data over and over, your values never change. Why? Because your measures will be overwriting all the time. Okay? So there are two different options that I'll show you when I create those objects. But that is when you do the same request over to the cube, your value is going to be doubled. So that's why some places they say, oh, this is not right information because I see the values doubled. Why? The cube, when you load a request to the cube, you should be very careful in loading that request to the cube. Otherwise, your values get doubled and tripled. And then you will be seeing why these values are doubled. And you don't know. So it's the first thing, when you load a request to a cube, you should be very careful in loading it. Otherwise, values can be messed up very fast.
What do you do to avoid that?
So you should be backtracking all the delta changes. So that's why most of the places, when they have these issues, they make sure they have the DSO written first from the PSA, so that you will not do, even if you do it, you will delete that request and then you can reload from the DSO. So in the queue, it's harder. Okay, so that's why most of the places you have DSOs as your primary part and then loading into a cube. So that would be easy when you even create a data model.
Okay, so you're saying multiple requests can cause it if you're not aware that there are multiple requests loading that data.
So let's say if you have a PSA, let's say you have a PSA, right? So your PSA directly can go to the cube. You don't need to go to a DSO. For example, in that scenario, yesterday somebody did a full load.
Check the data in an intermediate location before the data. Okay, so you're basically saying to use the PSA before loading to the cube, so we know that that data is clean and only one set of data, not a duplicate.
Not only that. So let's say you said your data is cleansed and cleaned in ECC, okay, in your store system itself. So you pull the data into a BI system. So let's say you have your PSA and then you loading the data to cube. So someone really loaded some full load. Okay, you're doing the delta. You're doing the delta every day from your source system. You can also do a full load from a certain date range. Let's say 2014, somebody did a whole full load. Okay? Because if you have multiple developers in your organization, so somebody asked a request, raised a request saying that, okay, this data is not right. Okay? So one PSA can be connected to multiple cubes. Okay? In that scenario, somebody loaded a full load into the PSA, so it doesn't realize that it can go to a different cube as well. So what it does, it loads the full load as well with the delta. Then you loading the same 2014 information twice now to the cube. So your values will be doubled. Okay. So there is no data model. There is no specific. Okay, if you have one data source, there is no restrictions. You have to put it to one cube. That data source can load the data into 100 cubes or more than that.
No, so is it
an organization problem?
Is it therefore
developers? It's setup. That's not us. That's how it's set up.
Is it a recommendation to load your info cubes primarily only from the ODS rather than from the PSA?
Okay.
Because
so,
you can.
Sure.
No, because you can confirm that your ODS delta loads have been done correctly first before any info cubes take data from there. So
what I followed is a layered architecture, basically. So we follow LSA, which is a scalable layered architecture. So what we do is when I design a data mart, so I avoid directly going from PSA to any of the cube. Only if I knew that I'm not going to build any more data marts with using that particular object of PSA, the data source of information. So what I will do is I will build a one DSO and make sure I load all the data first to a DSO. And then this DSO will have every inch of the data that you wanted. Then I start building the cubes. So I don't want to go overload the cubes, because really if you overload the cubes, your performance goes off. So
Okay, what goes
whatever
up?
the performance of the query, really, yes,
down.
because why do
Down is
unnecessarily,
too much.
yes, so I don't want to unnecessarily load the billions of rows or millions of rows into a cube where you don't use it, first thing. So I would think that way. So then, only you use only this much of information into the cube, then I would load only that information into the cube. Maybe you have more objects, but your performance is faster than anything else. So when you don't have the performance, the user gets pissed off because he says, oh no, the report runs for a while, I don't want the report. Give me an Excel file. I'll work with it. That's all the user tells you.
So as far as possible, you're suggesting that all the info cubes get their data from the ODS, number one.
Yeah.
And number two, where required, they might get it from the PSA instead. But that will be specific. You'll try to use that PSA only for specific situations.
Yes. So in my case, I would do that. So some people use directly the PSA. They think, okay, it can be used. I'm not saying it cannot be done. It can be done, but I would follow the approach that a DSO as a primary object and make sure and then use of it.
But if you were to take it from the PSA, then you said it's a flat file structure, but it doesn't have a primary key. So how do you overcome that issue?
Because see, when you directly load it into the cube, okay, there is a transformation that builds between the PSA and the info cube, where you can cleanse, you can clean the data and stuff. And when you're loading that the same PSA information into a cube, in the cube, every dimension is having its own key. So when you create a dimension in a cube, so it has a dimension ID, which is a key for that dimension. So if you have 3 dimensions in a dimension, 1 dimension object, and then those 3 are 3 different keys. So every characteristic that you put in a cube it behaves like a key. Okay. So where it's in the DSO, you have to specify what is your primary key and what is not a primary key. But where if you are declaring something as a dimension in a cube, that itself is a key. It behaves like a key.
Okay.
Okay? That clears up? Yeah. So, any other questions? Whatever we talked about till now, do you have any questions?
Yeah, this might get cleared up once we start using the data and I see it. I'm just not clear yet on the difference between a PSA and a DSO, but I'm willing to wait. You think I'll learn that through, activity?
Yeah, I'll show you today itself, so don't worry about it. Okay, so now, so you understand what is info source for now, what is data source, and let's go what is source system. Okay. If I click on the source system, so it takes you to the page where all the source systems connected to this BI system. Okay? So there can be multiple source systems at one time can be connected to a BI system. Okay, whatever. Okay, it's timed out. Okay, that's fine. So now let's go to the source system. So see, they built a source system which is, if you see there is a BW system, which itself is called in, which is a logical system, they build it. So, and then there is an SAP system, which is an ECC system that is associated or connected with this system. So how do we check? So if you want to check, do a right click, a right mouse click. So there is a check button here. If you see, if you click on this check, it automatically tells you if they are both in contact with each other or not. If you're trying to load the data, the first thing when you go into any of the systems, you make sure which source system you're trying to load the data, you have to make sure the connection is first verified. Okay? So if you're getting something errors out, so the first step to make sure your connections are correct. So if you're loading the data from this source system, which is EC1, for example, you have to do a right click and do a check. Then it tells you source system connection EC1 client 700 is okay with the target system. Is this clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So who connects this and who builds this? The source system connections are never ever part of the BI developer. It's the part of the SAP basis, who is a basis admin. Some places where they call it as basis admin, but it's technically the basis guy who creates the connections, or a security person in some clients. Okay? So it's more on the security and the basis work, not our work to create the connections in the system. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So there is another way of doing a data load using the flat files. Some systems have, some companies do use flat files for their budgeting or for their planning purpose. They do still use some different planning systems. They take all the sales data and put it in a non-SAP system. There are some different planning systems out there in the market where they use the SAP sales information and marketing information together, and then they do start planning it, and they bring over the flat file back to the BI, and the BI guys load the flat file to SAP BI. So the planning data will be in BI, and then we can report out of that, actual versus plan. Okay, so all that can be done. So what is a flat file? How we can load a flat file, we'll see today. Okay, so to create a flat file, so we need to have a source system connection first to create a flat file. Okay, so we'll create that. So what is the Open Hub destination? So, and how it's going to be used and why it is being used. So let's say I want to use Open Hub in two different ways. So the first way is, if you want to send the data out to a different system, let's say you have the BI 7.4 system, okay, or 7.3 system, whatever the system is. You want to dump this data into a different database, right? Excuse me. So by using some another ETL tool, let's say you're using a data services, okay? So you're using a data services, you want to dump the data from BI to a different database. So all you need to do is create an Open Hub destination, okay, on each of the table that you have. So let's say you have a DSO. You can create an Open Hub on top of the DSO. So what it does, it takes every day delta and put it on the table. So the Open Hub destination is itself another table. That's it. Where you can export these Open Hubs to the third-party guy where they can grab the data from BI. Is that clear?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. When we create the object, you'll get to know. So the planning sequence. So usually this planning sequence is more for the BPC. So in 7.4, did you ever heard about the BPC, Business Planning Consolidation? So there is another tool called BPC in SAP BI. It used to be a Microsoft product long time, and then SAP bought it, and then the SAP has its BPC now on SAP BW. Okay, so it used to be two different systems once upon a time, but the later stages now there is a 10.1 version which is BPC, which integrates with SAP BI 7.4 or 7.3. Some version 7.3.5 or some versions of it. Okay, so what are the process chains? So the process chains are nothing but how to load the data. So basically, how you want to load the data and what time you want to load the data to make sure you cannot run them manually every day. So you have to automate the process of loading the data. That's all it is used as a process chain. So the process chain is nothing but to automate your data loading mechanism. Okay, so there are different tools. There are certain tools that some companies do use it, which is an IBM tool. There is Red something. What is it? There are a couple of tools I don't remember on top of my head, but there are a couple of tools where we use in the bigger organizations for the data loading mechanism rather than using the process change. So it's itself its own robust system where you can set different priorities when you run the jobs and stuff. So there are different tools for the processing the data and loading the data mechanism as well. Okay? But if it's a small organization, they never go for those tools. You can use these process chains within the small organization. The company that I work, it's a very small organization, so we use only the process chains here. But when I worked in a different client, we used to use those tools, the process chain tools. So which is there are a couple of companies, IBM, and then some other company has its own tool for load the process chains. Okay. So what is an administration window tells you? So the administration window tells you what jobs are running, and what are the broadcasting that you have done, and you can see all the last runs, what it has been run yesterday to monitor all the jobs from here, all kind of things that you can do. So this SPOs, until unless we have a HANA system, we cannot really create the SPOs on this system, but I'll show you what it is and how it can be used. Okay, and then the administration cockpit. Basically, if you see what is an administration cockpit, it's nothing but it gives you all the detail of the metadata repository and all other objects that belongs to the system. So the monitors basically when you have the jobs, the process chains. Let's say you are running different jobs, the real-time job, or you're running just a load job, or you want to check all the process chains. You can click on the process chains here. So it takes you to a process chain window where it is a transaction, RSPCM, which is nothing yet set up. So there is no process chains that are loading every day here, so where you can check all these. And then if you want to check your aggregates, the aggregates are only created on the info cubes. So if you want to check where the aggregates are and is there any aggregated pending loading, all that you can see in here. So the next step is really the transport connection. So what is a transport connection? So when you do develop objects in dev, you have to transport them into queue and production. So the transport connection is a place where in dev only. So you can create transports. So usually some people, they say, okay, I can also create transports in queue, but that is not right approach. All the time, you have to create a transport. When you build an object, build it in dev and create a transport and move it all the way across to production. Why I am saying this is because if you create, there are certain places where they create directly objects in production. That's not right because the technical names are different. When you transport from dev to all the way production, the technical names are unique. Okay? Because it moves the same object from the lower to the higher value of the system. But where if you don't do that, if you can create your own object in your own system, then what is the point of using the landscape? You can just create in your production system and test it there. Why do we need a dev and queue? We don't need it, right? So the thing is, some people, some business users might create a queries, their own, the super users of the companies. So they can create their own queries and they try to enhance it. So if they don't enhance it, so they do need an enhancement on the back end. So that's where the real picture comes. So then the developer needs there to enhance that object, the technical object first, and then she can enhance the queries. And some people create so they have maybe a lot training a better way, because they create the same query over and over, and you have 20,000 queries in the system. But each query being used only once, so they don't know how to reuse it. So these kind of problems we go into through, and then we build the system way big, humongous, and it's not really used in that way. It can be used in way smaller ways so that it will be portable and then more efficient to use it. So those things we need to make sure everybody they try to create. Why can't you create in production? No, don't create in production. Maybe take it to your time, a day or two, but create in dev and move to prod. That is the best approach. So that way, even if you test it or if you break something, you know what we break. If not, it's going to be messed up a lot if we create something in production, really.
So Sridhar, I have a question. You said that the object name will remain the same when you create in dev and you move it across the landscape through QA and then into production. Now, let's say you move it to production and then you want to make changes to the object on dev. In that case, does the technical object name change in dev because you're making changes to it? Okay.
No. So once you give a technical name
to an
object,
so consistency between dev and production is not just merely assured just to the name itself, right? They may be inconsistent. Okay.
So let's say you created an object, a DSO example, okay, and then it has 2 key fields and 3 data fields. So it has only 5 fields right now in dev. So you moved all the way to production, okay? So now somebody came and said, oh no, I want another field in there. So you added another field in dev. Right now you have 6 fields in dev. But whereas in your production, you have only 5 fields. Until unless you move this transport, because what will happen once you capture an object into a transport for the first time and you move it across to production, when you make the same changes in the dev to the same object, it asks you for a transport. You have to capture into a transport. The system let you capture into a transport before you change something in there.
But you can decide on the timing of the transport, right, of the actual transport?
Yeah, you can decide, because let's say if the business doesn't want to move those changes until the end of the year, or maybe sometimes they ask you in the early first quarter of the year they want you to move the changes, okay, in some requirements. So then you can hold upon that particular object in the dev itself, not moving all the way to production or in a queue landscape. So you can still, that object, whatever in production, is still be fine because it doesn't really inconsistent. But so far, the earlier changes are consistent. But whatever the new changes that you're making in dev, that is always inconsistent and throughout the landscape, right? You cannot make, until unless you move the transport to the production, you cannot make it consistent.
Correct. So you basically will have some pending transport numbers in dev, correct?
Yes, obviously, right? Because that's what they changed that you have done on that object. Okay,
so suppose you have a consistent object in QA and production, but an inconsistent one in dev where you're making additional changes, and then suppose there's a refresh that happens across your landscape. Then what happens? What's the snapshot?
Oh, what's your question? Come again. Okay, let's say I have 6 objects in the in dev. Okay, in DSO there are 6 info objects, whereas in production 5 and QA box is 5. But what you're saying is It's a vice versa. Now you have 6 in production, 6 in queue, but 5 in dev.
No.
In that scenario.
No, I'm not saying that. So in the first case, you have a system-wide refresh because of other reasons. So then what will happen to production, dev, and QA?
Okay, so the refresh is technically what will happen is there are 2 ways of doing it. Okay, so there is a data refresh, there is a system copy. What is a data refresh? The data refresh is just they do underlying database copy. So that means, so let's say you thought, okay, until unless your systems are synced up, they don't do the data refresh. Because your structures are different from dev, queue, and prod, they cannot copy the data. Then it will give you hundreds of errors. Okay? If they do a system copy, then your dev transports are all gone. So that's why most of the clients, they do the system copy production to a queue. So they copy the production box to the queue box. Okay? So every quarter, they make sure, in some places they make sure your systems are synced up and they have a freeze time. So every quarter they have 2 weeks of freeze time. What they do in the freeze time, they make sure the systems are all synced up with all the objects and all the transports released from dev to queue and to prod. So then your landscape is unique, and then they do a data refresh. Then what will happen? You will not get those errors. If not, you have something in queue, you have something in dev, you have not moved the transport yet to the production, and you have keep changing the structures, and you try to move the data which is in production, underlying data towards the queue and the dev. Because your structures are different, the data will not be right.
Okay. But you're saying that the dev environment gets replicated in the system copy first. Is that correct? Because you might not have finished your development work in dev.
So that's why when you have the dev, right, so that's why the code freeze is. So they call it as a code freeze. So in the code freeze, they move all the transports what's in dev to make sure the systems are unique towards the prod. Then they do the system refresh. As you asked me, the system refresh, then you can do a system refresh so that all the systems are synced up at this point. So even you copy the data from the production, the structural errors will not come. If not, the structural errors will throw up because you have 6 columns, right? So you have 5 columns in production. So when you copying of 5 columns towards the 6th column, the 6th column is always empty. This is a new column. It's never been in production. You never made it to production. So then it asks you few more steps. So it's more on the basis side. So they have to see why the structures are different and all that. If not, if the structures are unique, all they do is export the data and then import the data and then do the data refresh so that you will have the production data into the queue box.
Okay. All right.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll talk about that when we go more and more detail. But at this point, maybe it's a black box to everybody. What's the system refresh and stuff?
Sure. This process you talked about, system fresh and system copy, we don't have to worry about it, correct?
Yes. It's absolutely nothing to do with us. So only time they ask us when they're doing a system refresh or system copy, they make sure there is no transports in any of the landscape pending in a dev. So it has to go to all the way to prod. And then when they're doing a system copy, as a BW developer, we need to know when they're doing it, you will lose whatever. If you're copying into a dev, you should not be agreeing for it because you will lose all your transport connects, the transport numbers that you transported. So that way you cannot backtrack your transport numbers, what the changes that you have done. So that's why most of the time that you have 2 landscapes. One is N landscape and another one is N+1 landscape. Okay, I'll talk about the landscape more in detail, but make sure no one copies your dev box from production all the way from production box to a dev box again. So you have a production box and they cannot copy, they cannot make that as a dev box. If you're doing a fresh development, maybe the production box can be copied into a new dev box. But an existing dev box, you cannot do that because you lose a lot of stuff. So there is a documentation. So really, I would recommend even saying that there's not much of documentation they maintain here. Even if you go to the documentation and search for it in the metadata repository, you don't get a lot of information. Rather than, I would suggest you to go to Google and do it. That gives you more information.
Okay.
I don't know why they haven't maintained the documentation, because SAP, when they started it, they only maintained few areas of documentation, because all other areas being developed by some other companies, and then they keep merging it, so they haven't properly documented all that stuff.
But
Yes, as of
but I thought maybe it's because it takes up space and maybe it has not been installed by ITBMS, by TekTaurus.
so maybe that also a little bit, but if you go to the live system, you will not get all the documentation in this document area. That's for sure. Even if in my client system where I work, I don't get all the documentation in here. Even if you search for it, you will not get it, because some documentation of SAP is not even in here. So there is a place called SDN, or if you go to an SDN or a service marketplace, so if you can create one ID in your service marketplace, you can create it. It's for free. So there is a place where you can search. It gives you all the help. So I'll show you where it is, but that is the best place to search if you have any issues with your data loads, or if you have any issues with something else. You can search all kind of text errors in there. So it will bring you up something.
Okay.
Rather than searching it here, because it doesn't really give you anything. That's what I would do. So what is the BI content? The BI content is nothing but it's basically an SAP standard content. So SAP already think through certain things, and then they develop all the data marts and stuff. Okay? So in their perspective, they developed it. Maybe this can be useful for the customer or may not be useful for the customer. So in some cases, if it's a small customer, they want to just activate the content and then they use it. It's way faster. So all they need to plug and play. So they activate the box, they activate the content, activate all the extractors in ECC, and start loading the data, and it's done. So there is no many hours that developer needs to put in. But when it is so customized, then you have to customize it, because how much ever you customize your source system, the same thing that you have to do it in your BI. That's the challenge. Because if you keep adding a lot of business transforms in ECC as your OLTP system, you have to do the same thing in BI. Because there is no standard thing, right? All the standard structures that SAP provides in ECC, if you have the same standard structures, you may not be bringing all information over to the BI, but you get most of it. That's what I can tell. Because if you see, there are different tables in ECC where you don't get all the information that you need, but you can add them up. You can enhance it. Okay? So what are the business contents? So if you click on the object types that I just clicked, see, these are the different objects that can be created in the system or can be activated in the system. So you have info object catalog, you have a role, which is for the security, and the text web template, web item, crystal reports, dashboards, enterprise reporting, workbook, query view, query elements, broadcast settings, multi-provider, info sets, hybrid provider, semantic district partition object, info cube, aggregate, DSO, info object transformation, info source, data source, source system connections, in open hub destination, you can see the data flows, info package, GTP, data transfer process, process change, And if you go to the processes, you'll see the variants, inter-process, end process, data archiving, and the planning. Basically, you'll see sequence, all these related to BPC stuff. The planning is, right now we are not concentrated on BPC, so we'll talk about that later. The RRI is a report-to-report interface. Some people use their summary report and detailed report. So you want to a jump query, you can do a jump query. All that can be done in report-to-report interface. So, and then the analysis process is another object where it is called APD, analysis process design. So what it really does is, if you have a data, you have a query, right? So really it's hard to store YTD values in a cube or a DSO. I'm not saying you can't, but it's not the right approach. So all what they do, in order to have all those formulas written in the DSO, what they do, they write all these formulas in the query, okay? And then you can use the query output and send the data into a DSO all the time if you wanted to. So that's where the APD is really helpful. When you create a query and then you want to load that data into another table, then the APDs are really the place where you can use it. The APDs can leverage using the queries and then loading it directly to the DSO. Okay?
So,
okay, Alex, go ahead. What's the question?
What's an APD? It's 3 letters, APD, Alpha Peter David?
Yeah, Alpha Peter David is nothing but analysis process design.
Analysis process design.
so Sridhar, when you do the
material, or we'd like to...
when you do the analysis query,
Okay.
Can you use the DSO itself as the source of data? Typically, would you do that? Would you do that,
Okay.
or what
Okay,
would be your source of data?
There are usually, in my case, what I did, you can also use the DSO, but what I did is, let's say I want to calculate the year-to-date value or a month-to-date value. Okay, so I have a DSO or a cube. Assume that I have a. Okay, yeah, go ahead. What's the question again?
I'm sorry. I'm really enjoying the conversation because we're learning a lot, but I'm wondering if we're sticking to the order of the learning for us. I know you have a lot of questions.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll go.
Yeah.
I'll go on detail. I'll go on detail, but I'll just explain.
Very interesting. I just want to make sure we're not missing any of the foundational stuff we might need.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we can do with it. So yeah, I'll pretty quick. I'll tell you. So it can be any different type of source that you can use in APD. So you can use a query, use a DSO, all of the stuff. So, but most of the cases they use query because all the runtime calculations cannot be generated in DSO. So the runtime calculations can be generated in a query, and then if you want to save those runtime calculations for something more different analytics, you don't want to generate all the time, you can load it into a place, and then that can be, it's very quick. So I'll show you the difference, why we really use, you have to use a query in certain places to use APD, okay? We'll go there. So the translation part, there is nothing. You can use this, there is different translation types there from Chinese and other languages that you wanted to. You can switch all those things. And the metadata repository, you can search for any object, but they haven't, maybe they did not install it right, or they have some issue with this page. When you want to search any metadata, in the go to metadata repository and you have any object that you want to specifically search for, you can search it. So the whole items that you create in the system, they will be in metadata repository no matter what. That should be there. Okay. So all these, I think pretty much whatever we are seeing on the left side tabs, I explained pretty much each of them. So if you go through the book that she's going to send you, that practical guide, I don't know if she already sent it or not. If you go through that, each and every option of these will be in that book.
Shri, may I request something? I know Madhu is going to send us the documentation, but it delays us from getting it sometimes. Is it possible for you to send us directly when you talk about it, so it will shortcut us and get it on time?
Okay, so I already sent you those documents today. So if you get the 310 and then the practical guide, so those are the two books.
Is it
Oh, you don't have it?
W310? That's what we have.
That's what we have, but the practical
Okay,
guide
you have. Okay, you haven't have yet. Okay. Okay, what I will do, I'll share you the link. Okay, I'll share the link to you guys today. After the end of the class, I'll definitely share the link so that you can guys download it from the Dropbox link that I sent it to you. Okay?
Okay, Dropbox link. Okay, it's big.
I'll send it to you. Yeah, I'll send you the Dropbox link so where you can download that link so that you can get that. Because
that practical guide.
it's about 750.
No problem.
It's not. It's not a small book, you know. I can make it small.
Do we need to print? I like to print things and write on it, but is it something that is a reference guide? Are there certain chapters that we should?
Okay, so actually, you want? I'll show you at the end of the class what you really need to study in the book, so that way it make it easy to you. Okay, so let's go on.
The BW7.4 as well, because that one's 500 pages. What
Sure.
are the key areas? Because I printed Unit 1 and 2, thinking, okay, we'll go through that today, but I don't want to waste paper, time.
Okay, see.
For us to get a homework, if you make a list of things which we had done today and anything next week, that will keep it focused. Yeah.
That's where I am. So that's where I am. So just so be with me. So now, if you see,
I have a lot of questions today because it was just the beginning. I apologize if I missed something that you're already working on.
No, that's what I'm talking about right now. So I sent you this document today in your emails. So if you see, there is an SAP BW definition document in there. So everybody should get this, I guess, by now. So there are simple definitions that I'm talking about. All these definitions. So if you just go through once, so maybe there are some errors that. So all these definitions that you might get it online already, and you can also search online if you don't want to read this. That's fine. But if you read these all definitions, when you go to the 310 or a practical guide, okay, it would be way fast. So you can read that 700 pages maybe in a month, along with the course. By the time you finish the course, you might also read that book way faster, because this is the simplest way of defining it. And the other one, the book that tells you, it's more on the business side. So how a business comes into the picture. So pretty much if you see the diagram of it, each of the page, it has its own diagram when they're talking about in that book. So when you look at the diagram, you definitely know what he's trying to explain you. The first 50% of it, you already get it. The only thing is, so some of the technical part that you really want to know, I'll tell you those technical things that you have to read through and understand. So if you really see this definitions document, understand well, you will read that book way faster. That's what my thing that I can say. If you don't see this and then you keep reading that book, it will take time for you. Definitely. More than a month. Hello?
Yes, thank you.
Shri, I made a correction to my email address. I actually mistyped it or missed a G on it. So if you can correct that email address and resend it to me, please.
Okay, yeah, I would do that. Can you type it there, and I'll just copy paste it and send it to you again?
I sent you something too.
Yes, I did that already. I resent it to you.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, Wasim. All right, I will do that.
Thank you, sir.
I'll check it out.
No problem. So let's go onto the system and then do some things right now. Okay, let's create some info area. So we'll start with the info area. So when you go to the info providers, see there are the green things, right? There are two diamond symbols, one on top of the other. So this green symbol is called an info area. Okay? So if you want to create an info area, if you create an info provider, go to the info provider tab, you do a right click on the top, it asks you to create an info area. Okay? When you click on info area, so it automatically pops you up the long description and the name. Okay. So now, the first thing that I'm going to give you is, let's say we're starting with Z. So it's supposed to be a Z because it's a custom. So you can name it up to 30. So what we will name as Z SAP BW. So for now, business warehouse. See? So there is an info area already that we just created. ZSAP BW, which is a business warehouse. Okay? So this name, if you want, I cannot, if I try to change it, I can only change the descriptions. I cannot change the technical name. Once it's created, it's created. Okay? I can change this name whatever I wanted to. Alright? So I can also create one more info area underneath this. So see, there is a create info area. So I can create one more info area within the info area. Okay? So same as like you create a folder on your desktop, on your Windows machine, and then create another folder inside of it, and create another folder inside of it. The same way I can create an info area within another info area. Is that clear?
So it's like nested info areas.
You can create, yeah, as a nested info areas as well. So, but make sure you don't create too many info areas within an info area. That will confuse yourself because you don't know where the objects that you're putting in. Or you can do this. So let's say a business warehouse reporting. I would say, let's say, I can do this. So let's say I would change business warehouse reporting, okay? And then I would create another info area for Z sales. Okay, so Z sales or ZSD. Okay, and then here I would say sales area, and then I would create something.
No, because you have to change that name. The name is already taken, so
oh, I see. That's what
I use it once. You can use two or something.
Okay. I was going to say, what?
So he wants us to go in and do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so easy access.
So let's say I create something like, okay, sales area, info, inventory management, purchasing. I can create all those info areas, okay? So one info area I have right now, on one info area I have two info areas, right? So now in the sales info area, I can also have a marketing within that, or I can create a marketing info area that's different. You know?
So what do you use info areas for? Because you have data sources there. So what is an info area again?
Broken. BW1 connection is broken.
So now, okay.
Log in again.
Can everybody listen? Can everybody? Yeah. Can everybody see this? I just want to explain something more. So now in info area, when you right click on the info area, so you have the first three. Forget about the first 5 options till the info area. You can create an info area within an info area, and then you can create an info cube. Okay, within the info area. You can create a DSO within the info area. You can create a multi-provider you can create a virtual provider, you can create an info set, you can create a hybrid provider, you can create an aggregation level, composite provider, and you can do all that.
I want to start
So
the
what?
navigating in the model as a separate window.
So basically, it's a folder structure. The info area behaves like a folder structure for all these objects. So now I want to create an info cube. Okay? So before you create an info cube, you need an info area to place that cube into a specific info area. You cannot create an info cube without having an info area. So you can also create an info cube under unassigned nodes. So I can go here and create an info cube. But it is also an info area. Unassigned nodes is also an info area. Okay? So the same way, if you want to create a DSO, you need an info area. So before you create any of these objects, you need a place where it belongs to. So you have to tell, okay, it belongs to this place. Is that clear?
Right. So can info cube, the same info cube, reside in different info areas?
One info cube can reside in two different info areas?
Yeah.
That's what your question?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
You cannot, because let's say you cannot copy the same object, right? That's the point. So when you, even in the Windows, you copy a folder from one folder to another folder, that's what you're trying to ask me, is the same question. Is that true?
Yeah. I mean, not necessarily. You may not be having two. I mean, you might have two virtual copies and one actual copy. But yes.
But it cannot be done, because once you have created a technical object, when you copy it, it asks you to put a different name. First thing.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So there itself, there is no another object with the same name. So then it belongs to the same one info area. It never be belonging to two different info areas.
Yours.
Okay. Thanks.
Fine.
Okay.
Can you, Sri? We all created info areas. If you refresh your screen, will you see ours?
Okay. So somebody created, Aline,
okay.
and then SAP BW1, BW3, B house, warehouse, can you just be more specific on the names, because if you put it as a practice, it would be easy for you guys when you name it really, because otherwise it will be hard, because it never gets an idea what you really need to put the name on. So make sure when you start doing these things on this test system, just try to put in more better name so that it will be easy. Okay.
Like what I can with my name.
No, I'm not talking about your name, but Aline BW info area. Can you more specific?
Go down. Go to see the next one inside.
Okay, test. Okay, so what I'm saying is, like, let's say, okay, you put something like this. If you're putting it as a sales area, you can put your name and the sales area or something like that. So when you're really creating it, you can just take your name off, and then it will be sales area or sales reporting info area or something like that. So it is more specific to the objects that you're creating. So let's say you are doing some sales stuff in your test area. If you don't remember that you put this object here and you put another object in somewhere else, you keep searching for it. So that's what I'm saying. So why would I create this, the inventory management? The next thing I would create is purchasing, and the next thing I would create something else. So that is more, if you see the option that I sent you,
more specific to the data.
Yeah, so more specific, because in the introduction I showed you one screen, if you remember, this screen.
Yeah.
So if you can put the info area namings in this way, so you know where the data that you want to look for, you directly go there. You don't need to search for a long time. That's all I mean to say. But you can also create. It's not. I did.
Now, the one he just sent us?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, if you can do that, that would be best. for even for you for just as a practice
And what
note.
about
Okay.
under the technical name?
The technical name.
No change.
Okay. The technical name. I don't have the guidelines right now. I will have it because I'll send you by the end of the class. I'll look for it. At this point, I don't know, but there is a guideline document that I have it and then I use for it. 1 second. Let me see if I can find it right
And
now.
are those guidelines company specific or sort of SAP?
SAP specific. It's SAP specific. So I use it most of the places. Yeah, I use it most of the places.
So that
where
everybody's
I go
on the
and
same page.
Not everybody may use it, but I use it, and even SAP person that I knew, I work with him, he uses it. So we together use it.
Is it
Even
sort of
if you
common
go,
out there as an industry, SAP? Is it sort of everybody's, because you go into a system or you go into a company, right? And it could be a mess or it could be very organized depending on who's leading that,
yes,
structuring that. You know what I'm saying?
agreed. So in some places they don't follow naming conventions. Okay, in some places they do really follow the naming conventions. So that's the important of it. So you never know. So why they don't follow, I don't know. So they don't really follow. So I can't answer that question.
More of a mess?
Yeah, I can answer that question, but yeah, some people they do follow, some people they don't.
Okay.
Um,
We're not organized like it's the same with accounting.
Of course, yeah.
Everything. I like naming conventions because then everybody follows.
so yeah, I'll try to identify the document and send it to you. I don't remember where it is right now, but I'll send it to you by the end of the class. Okay. Okay, let's go and create some more info objects. Okay, so we created an info area, and now we'll start with info objects. So right now we don't have we don't have those info areas here. Right now we got those info areas, whatever we created, right? So now there might be objects that belongs to the sales area. There might be info objects that belongs to inventory management. There might be objects that belongs to purchasing or finance. So right now I want to create an info object catalog. See, now your menu really changed. When you do a right click, your menu changed on your info area. Don't you see that? It had changed, right? Because you selected an option of info objects, not the info providers. When you select the info providers, you have a long list of info provider objects that you can create under the info area. Now you have only the small list when you go to the info objects, you have only two things. Either you can create an info area or you can create an info object catalog. So there are two types of info object catalogs. One is characteristic catalog and another one is a key figure catalog. Did you get that?
Yeah.
So now if you really observe the screen, there are two options and the info object type. See, there are two types. One is characteristic, another one is a key figure. I just changed. Can you notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope. See, there was a left side, there was a box which says info object type.
Yeah, I see it, yeah. Good.
Yep, you got that?
Yeah.
So now, let's say I would say ZSD underscore char. So I'm creating a characteristic. So I would say sales area.
We do SZD. So you started with the same beginning?
The customer.
Yeah.
Underline character.
So now I would click on this script.
And then underscore, right? So
Yes,
you want your technical name to start shorter.
Oh, what was the question again? Why was my
Starting
technical?
with the same technical name, right? The ZSD was your technical name.
So my ZSD, my info area. So this is my characteristic catalog within the info area ZSD. So what I did, ZSD underscore characteristics. So all the characteristics that I create under the ZSD will be under the ZSD underscore characteristic catalog will have all the characteristics belongs to the ZSD info area. That's
okay,
all I
but
think.
does that mean that you need to use the whole info area technical name in your info object category?
This is not, basically, I'm doing it, maybe some people do different way. So it's not 100%.
Logical. It seems
So,
logical.
yeah.
Your info area technical name was short.
Yeah, so my info area technical name is short, so you can also put a long info area name, let's say ZSD sales, okay? So then I would say ZSD sales underscore cat. So that itself tells you, okay, ZSD is the info area, and the characteristics, all the characteristics that I created in the ZSD info area is under this.
So it's good to use the whole info area name, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so now if you see,
Copy it, underscore.
So now I don't have any characteristics at this point. I haven't created anything, right? See, the technical name is ZSD underscore cat that I gave it. And the version is new, and it haven't saved yet. And then the object status is inactive and not executable. All right? So now all you need.
So this is when you do queries, what ends up as what you can pull.
No, not yet. Not yet. So we haven't created any cubes yet. So in order to create a cube, you need to have different info objects first to store the information. So right now, we are creating only the info objects for now. So then we will create the cube in next session. Okay? So let's create some info objects and understand what info objects are, and then we will go and create the cube. Okay?
Okay.
So now, see, if you see, the technical name that I gave is ZSD underscore cat, and the version is new. It hasn't been saved yet, and it's not active yet. Okay? So, see, if you see on the left side of the screen where it says Edit Info Object Catalog, there is a previous object and the tree, and there is an edit button and the check button and an active button. All the time, make sure you do check before you activate anything. Okay? And then see, it says consistent. So when it is green, it's consistent. Okay? Yellow, it's a warning. And when you click on the check button, see, it says there's a green and the date and time and the username here. If you see here, I just highlighted it.
Yeah.
So this is okay. So when it is a green, it says consistent. See, on the left side of the screen, object ZSD underscore cat is consistent, right? And then activate it. So once you do activate, it changes its status, and then your edit button came up right now. You can edit it, and then it is an active, and then all this. Okay? So now let's go back and then create a key figure catalog right now. We'll create a key figure catalog.
You guys creating this? No. Do you want us to be doing this at the same time or just watching?
Oh, you can do it if you wanted to. You can, if you're ready to do it, you can just do it. That's all it is.
I didn't know how to save it. I guess you pick the white sheet and saving it. Create. Oh, I see. So it's new, not saved, inactive.
Check.
And then what do I do?
Check.
Check. Where?
Up top under the info object catalog.
Object catalog.
Little button.
Yeah, which one?
The fifth one.
Add object to favorites? No, fifth one. Search. Wait, right above info object?
Under. Little buttons, arrows.
Yeah.
Pencils. Next to the pencil and the.
Pencil. Above it. So,
Sri, are we going to have the documentation of the steps you're doing right now so we can do later, or we should follow you?
I think it's better following that.
No. So you can also in the practical guide you have all these steps. So I can also give you the steps how to create it. Or you can create the same time. So I can also give you that documentation. That's not a problem.
Right now, I'm on that screen you had before the green button showed up. What do I push? I have new, not saved, inactive. Right now, my
What would help? What would help if you could provide to all of us some brief steps?
Wait, no, you have.
Yes. Yeah. I will write that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can just email that or just show it to us on the screen, that would be good.
Okay. So yes, I will write it. So one second. Let me create the yeah. So one.
I mean, start from the top, okay, in terms of creating the info area, etc.
Yeah.
Oh, I did it. Check. Well, it's good to sort of. All right, so I got check.
Okay. So if everybody can see my screen, I'm writing all the steps how to create an info area. So this might give you a better idea. Okay. So the step one is really.
On that book, that 900-page book.
First step, basically, you select info.
You do get lunch break or not?
Okay. So hello. So yeah. So you guys are familiar with info area creation, or you're not?
Yeah.
I'm writing this.
Snapshot.
So I'm writing the steps for it. So now if you can see that, then it'll be easy.
Easier. Info area creation is easier because it's just.
So yeah, the steps that I'm telling is the first thing you need to select the info provider option from the modeling pane. So you select the info provider option, okay, when you create an info area. Then once you have this selected, the info provider, then you go to the screen, or otherwise I can, what I can do after the class, I can send you some screenshots how to create it. So maybe you have a screenshot document, then you just create the same thing. If you have issues with it, then you can come back and ask me, or you can send me an email. I can reply you on that.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Okay, that's fine. But as we are going through the process, these brief steps will also help.
Okay. So now the second thing is the second step you need to go is the step 2 basically is to right click on the info provider on top of the page, on the info provider option. Step 3 will be selecting create info area. Once you create info area, okay. So when you create info area, provide the technical description name as well. So once you do that, so your info area is created. So you have 3 steps to do. So the first thing, you have to select the info provider and go to the info provider, do a right click, create info area. That's it. Are we good on this?
Yes.
Okay. So now the info objects. So when you go to the info objects, if you have the info area, you can directly create the info object catalogs. If you don't have the info area, you can also create the info area from here. Either you create the info area from the info provider or info object cat or info objects. It doesn't really matter. You can see from the both the options. So I create another info area here. It can be visible when I create some info providers under that info area in the info area. Okay, is that clear?
Yep.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So now creating info area. So we're done. So now we are going to the info object catalog. So right now, when you do a right click on the info area, when you select info objects from your modeling pane and then go to the info area and do a right mouse click, you see an option called create info object catalog. So when you press that, so it gives you two options to create. Either you can create a characteristic catalog or a key figure catalog. Is this understood?
Yes.
So now I choose to create one each. So I created one each of the ZSD_cat as a characteristic catalog and the ZSD_KYF as a key figure catalog. So now, can anyone tell us what is the difference between those two?
Between a characteristic and a key figure?
I know the difference. So do you see any difference when you create these two? Why can't we just create one and then create those objects?
Because you're going to have two different groups to choose from for sorting and pulling reports. I don't know.
Okay. So if you
Different
clearly
things.
observe,
Oh, one's a key figure and one's a characteristics of that. No,
see, if you clearly observe, I'm just finding out
so we can't see
this.
it.
Oh, you can't see it? So, okay.
Yeah.
So,
The picture, you're
if you,
talking about the picture on the right? One's
yeah,
one's a triangle over
there was, yeah.
green and one's a...
Mm-hmm.
Can you
If you
make
see
it
that,
green? You can make it bigger.
You can see it on your
okay.
Yeah, not in the...
Oh,
So if you see those,
Yeah, okay.
there's two different, their identification is different. So one
Yes.
with a triangle and there is a rectangle box at the back is a characteristic, and there is a triangle at the back and there is a square box at the front is a key figure. If you see, the symbols are different. So when I create a characteristic catalog, it will not let me do any key figures in the characteristic catalog. So if I do a right click, when I create an info object, okay, it will see, it only gives me the characteristics objects can be created under the characteristic catalog. It cannot create any key figures under the characteristic catalog. You got that?
Yes.
So the same way, in the key figure catalog, you cannot create any characteristic under it. Is that clear?
Yes.
So now let's create, so let's do some a very basic way, basic thing with a student information, a flash file load. Okay? So now, to create a student master data, what do you need? So what would be a student database? How would the student database would look like?
What do you mean by a student database, like for learning?
Yeah, so let's say you go to a university. So what information, a student information that they maintain?
An
Yeah,
ID
so
number.
what? So we'll just name it as a student ID for now.
That would be a key figure, an ID number.
And then what
Their name.
student name?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll put name. And what next?
Address.
Okay. What next?
I mean, you could have more fields for address, you know, city, state, phone number.
Oh, okay, we'll put the city and then, okay.
You know, you could have the full
Oh.
address, right? Street address, whatever.
Okay, I put city
So all that.
and then
Yeah.
I put state and then I would do a country.
And zip. Yeah.
Okay, and then I kept the phone number and then I put an email address
Yep.
and then what else?
Might have a major if they've declared a major.
Major, okay.
If they're active or they're matriculated or I don't know.
Status.
Status.
What day and year? What year is it?
When they started, when they first, right. Their registration, their initial registration or something.
Date from and date to. Okay.
What would day two to? What would the day two?
Okay. Okay, so if he's inactive, let's say if he's inactive, let's say, and then he's from, let's say he's going to the school
January
from February, or let's say January, from the spring, okay?
Well, you could do semester, you know, spring.
Yeah, so if he's going to the school if he's an active student from January 1, 2014 till today, okay, so it will be 12/31/999. Okay, we'll put it as an active. So when he leaves the school, this date too will change to the date he's leaving. So maybe he's leaving on 12/31/2015.
Right.
Then he's active only in that part. Then he goes to inactive.
Or graduated or something.
Or yeah, he might be graduated, or he might leave the school. Or there might be a lot of reasons, but you can change the status. You know,
Right.
that's all it is. All right, so now we just put the date too for now, and then, okay, so now what else? What else could be think through to maintain the database for now? So let's say,
right, what classes he took, what grades, all that.
so we can put more things, what class he's enrolled, and
Yeah,
the
you can
last
take
minute transactions.
You know, his whole,
Can I put a grades in?
yeah, you could put his whole, I don't know if you want it in this area, but his whole,
GPA?
yeah, his whole, what do you call it? When you get the, what do you call it when you get your transcript, all the transcript information?
We can put the
It's a
GPA.
lot more detail. This is master file data.
Okay, we can just put, because yeah, if it's a course, it's going to be not a master data. You can put the GPA. So the GPA is at the highest level. So if he's going by GPA, what's his GPA at this point? So his GPA might be 3.5 or 4, or I don't know. So you can put just GPA. Okay. So what is the
So we are creating this data for what reason with respect to what we're trying to do?
Okay, we're gonna trying to achieve how to load a flat file to a system. So how to load a flat file into SAP BI. That's the first thing. Okay, so we're gonna learn how to load a flat file load today to SAP BI.
Okay.
So now, in order to load that, we need to have a flat file. Okay, so that's why we're creating this. So now the student number. So let's say the student number, I put okay.
you just do all this in like
What?
fast?
What?
I'm going to do it tomorrow.
Yeah?
I'm going to do everything on Monday. I don't want to keep on with it because I wouldn't finish.
Yeah, it's the best. Like, me.
What?
I don't finish and we don't have time. Take up 5 minutes.
I'll do
Who's
like
doing
5.
that? He's doing it.
He's doing it. I'll do 5 address. John Patrick Street.
What's your city? You have city. Your city. We're in New Jersey, New Jersey. He's just copying it down. And so the format of that flat file is interesting also.
Yeah, if you want to take a break, I'll finish this in 10 minutes, and then you can regroup it, and then I'll show you how to do the data load.
Okay.
You want to take a lunch break?
What is the plan for today? We're going until what time, and are we having a lunch break, or are we going straight through, or what?
No. We're going to have a lunch break. So if you're going to take a break, so you can take a half-hour break or maybe 40 minutes, and then I'll be finishing this so that we can see how to create the info objects and then load the master data with a flat file so that you guys, tomorrow we have a class, I guess.
Yes.
So tomorrow I'm gonna show you how to load a transactional data as a flat file, and then I'll show something in ECC that we can work with once I get that system access. So then we can start doing next week, full-fledgedly, next week, loading data from ECC and different source systems if we have. Okay?
Right.
So we'll start with today with info objects and the master data loading and the flat file load. Okay, that will take at least 1 hour to understand the concept, the whole concept, how to do. We get some errors and stuff, how to correct all this. So if you can take a lunch break by now, from now, so that I'll start finishing this stuff, and then by the time we come back, we'll have this document file to load.
Okay. Well,
Okay?
at what, 1:15 you said?
Yeah, you can come back at 1:15. It's 12:30 right now. You can come back by 1:15, so that by the time I will also complete this. Okay?
Our time. Your time.
Yeah, our time.
Yeah, your time.
He's 1 hour
Not my
behind.
time, yeah. I'm in Chicago. My time, 1:15 would be
2 hours.
12:15, 1 hour.
He's 1 hour back. All right, thanks. I'll see you in a bit. Thank you.
All right.
Is it around here?
Oh, you're in Princeton.
Half hour right. What about you?
I'm in East Brunswick, so
Yeah.
like Oh, you're really like
Well,
close to
that's
oh,
it.
my
Somebody
God.
ordered it out for a lunch every time.
That's right.
Hey,
Who's cooking? You're in the food industry,
I'm
right?
sure you've been a good
Cooking.
yeah.
connection, the source system connection in order to load that file. So how do we get the source system connection? So go to the file. So you will see this. In any system, you will see this folder, the file. So if automatically somebody created before you, if there is any source system, use that source system, or if not, try to create one source system. So it's a simple step. So right click on the file, create. It's ask you the logical name. Okay, so PC file. So and then the source system name is also PC file. And you don't need to put these release numbers, so it should be fine. So you just click OK. It creates a flat file source system in BI system. Okay? Is this part clear? If you have to load the CSV file from your desktop or from a location into your system, you should have a source system first. So once you have the source system, you have to create the data source.
So is this a workspace where you first upload your file before you do this for the point of view of the exercise, or can you pick up the file from your own?
You can pick up your file from your desktop. So you can pick up your file from your desktop, or you can pick up your file from a file directory that is associated in the system. So let's say your SAP BI system has its own file directory. So that's okay. So there's a directory called So I'm not authorized to do these transactions, but there is a working directory that every system, the same as like SAP system, has a work directory. Okay?
Okay.
So that directory can be a path, so I don't have access here, but once I call them and ask for the access, then maybe, let me try. Let me see if I can put my access on and then give, I don't know what roles they gave to me, access role. Okay, legally access only. But if I can grant some rights for me, I can try to grant some rights and then see if I can, then I would. Okay, so yeah, probably I have to add some more rights to my ID, so then I could get all that stuff. But there is a directory space where you can really either it from your desktop or it from the file directory location. You can load the file.
Okay, that's fine.
So now, okay.
So for now we'll be trying to import. We're going to try to import the file from our own desktop.
Yes.
From our own desktop, right? Okay.
Yes. So now there is a file here. So we created a source system. Okay. So only the PC file source system connection is easy, but whereas other source system connections are a little bit difficult. So these, you need to know the parameters and everything, because this is a different IP address, right? So the other system is a different IP address and all that. So that's why we don't know all those. So that's why we cannot create the SAP source systems. But when as a file system, you can create your own. Okay, most of the cases there will be a file system created already. So now, when you select the source system, okay, go to the data source. Okay, so there is a tab called data source here on the modeling, right? So there is a yellow button on the top left corner. If you see, there is an X mark on it. When I highlight it, it says choose the data source. And then there is a next to that, there is a small button. So if you see, there are 3 different source systems that can have any data source associated to it. So now I have a file, which is one, I want to use it as a PC file. So if you click on PC file, there is no data sources that anyone created or earlier it has, because the PC file, the source system we created, so nobody has anything to do with it. So we are going to create all the data sources in this flat file source system. Okay. So now, in order to create a data source, so you have to create a what do you call application component. So now I will create an application component. See, if you go to the data source of a PC file, you create an application component. So I would name it as Z student. So my application component I created, and then now I'm going to create a data source. See, the same as like an info area, you can create an application component and then another application component within it. Or you can create a data source. Okay? So now I'm creating a data source. So
the data source always lies within the application component, right? And
yes.
the reason for the definition of the application components is to define whether it's SAP, non-SAP file systems, etc.
Yes, yes. So if you see in the screen back of it, so it has a business information warehouse, technical content, unassigned nodes, and then we just created the student application component, right? So in this application component, we are defining certain data sources. So let's say there are 10 data sources that belongs to inventory. There are 10 data sources belongs to SD, which is sales and distribution. There are 10 data sources belongs to billing. There are 10 data sources belongs to production planning. So that's why the application components are defined, so that you will know which data source is really belonging to which area of data. So the same way, when we created the info area, we're trying to make sure all the sales cubes, sales DSOs in one place, or inventory in one place. So basically, we are organizing stuff, right? So we are trying to put it more in organized fashion so that it would be easy for to search or to look at it, or somebody else comes into the system, they can easily find out what's in what. So now, what type of a data source that we're trying to create here? So this is a master data attribute data source, because the student data is not a transactional data, right? So student data is all about the master data of the student, right? So we're trying to create the master data attribute at this point. So there is no template that we're going to use it, and there is no name of the template. So now we just do a green button, which is a transfer, which is a create. So it automatically gives you the screen. Okay. So now my application component name is student, and then my data source name is student as well. So now where I am going to extract from. So I have to tell that, okay, you extract the file from certain location. That's what the question you asked me. So now if I choose the local workstation, right? So I'm bringing over the data from my local workstation. Is that true, right?
Right.
So I'm selecting the local workstation.
Okay.
So now, where is the file?
So all your CSV is term text type.
Yes. So where is my file? So my file is on my desktop. So that's where it's local workstation. So now I gave the file path. So I gave all the file path in this file name. So now I have to ignore the first row, because the first row, I don't really need it, right? The student ID, name, all those, because I'm already naming the same thing here on the target. So I don't want the first row to be loaded in it.
You don't need the header.
Header, basically. So now, here's the thing. So in the data format, you have to select the separated with the separator, okay? So it's a comma separated. All right? So now, other thing that is, because on the proposal, so if you go to the proposal and try to load, it asks you to grant the file to the permission. So it gave the permission. See, pretty much the first line, the student ID, description, everything, it's coming in one line. Okay, so now, oh, sorry. Okay.
Putting it from XLS.
Yeah, is that because you don't want the first line, correct?
Yes, I don't want the first line, so that's why I'm ignoring that. So 1 second. Okay. Okay.
Is it 0 for header rows to begin with?
Comma, separate. No, you don't need to put 0. So now let's see what that is. See, it changed now, right? So student ID, name, address, everything came up.
It was there earlier.
No, it was if I don't put, okay, so no, only one says no. So I'll show you. See, I didn't put the comma separated. I left it colon. Okay. If I put this colon, if you go to the proposal, it's only one. Everything is put in one, so it's not separated. See, its total length, it's make up the length into 131. It's trying to put it everything in one line. It's not separating, break it down by student. So if I go back to the extraction and then I separate it, so now if you go to the proposal and then load, redo the load, it's separated up.
Okay.
You got what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, anyone has a question?
So how is the data going to get? So is the data going to get loaded without the column headings?
Yeah. So because your info object has this column heading, so you're going to map which column should map into which column, because these columns which really map to the target, so that you will know, okay, this column of the data should go into this info object, this column of the data should go into this column. So all that mapping, we will do it. That's the next step of it. So we haven't done the mapping yet. So once we do the mapping, it knows where to go and load the data. So now we saw the sample of the data. Okay, that's fine. So now we are really going into the field. So now we want to give all the info objects. So now Z, STUID, and then Z name. So basically you are assigning the info objects to that, okay? So you're assigning all your info objects to your Excel incoming file. So Z city, so Z state.
BIC stand for?
What? I didn't get you, Helen.
Does BIC stand for?
The BIC, okay. The BIC, when it's a technical name, it starts with, and it's nothing, there is no, it's basically a system naming convention starts with /BIC, and then followed by your technical name, whatever you gave it. So if you see the Z2ID is Z2ID, but it has /BIC/ is a naming convention. When you create any Z object in the system, it automatically creates with that naming convention.
Okay.
So it's a default setting of the system. So it's /BIC/ followed by the technical name. So /BIC/ is system generated.
So aren't you going to have a problem importing this, because you've imported all the fields from the Excel spreadsheet, correct?
No,
Here.
you will not. So you will not. So that's why what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the Excel file into the first PSA. Okay? So
Okay.
Once you have that in the PSA, then you do the transformations. So then you map the data from which object to which object. Until unless
Okay.
you're not directly mapping it to the object that you created just now, these two objects.
Okay. So this is going into the PSA, and you'll
Yes.
map only the fields or info objects that you want into your
Yes.
info cube.
From there.
Okay.
Yes, from there. Yes.
Okay. Good.
So now you have done this. Okay, copy all that. So now you go to the preview. So before you see the preview, you have to activate it. So now you check. See, it says the external length specification will be ignored. So the date from, why these warnings? So if you go to the date from column and date to column, see, the length is 8, but the external length is 10. So the internal, so they have the internal format, it still be okay. And sometimes if your date formats are so different, then you have to use the external format. But in our case, you don't need to use them as an external format. So now preview, so I will activate it. So once I activated it, so the warnings are fine. So once I activated it, so then I can read the data before even I load it into my PSA. Okay? So I did a proposal. I checked the data is coming or not. If you have errors, so it tells you right here. So if I do a read or preview data, so this is how the data it looks like in Excel file, right? Am I correct?
Right.
So now you see it says 3.2. I gave 3.2. So 3.2 is 3.29999. This is what it's giving. So if you go to the fields, see it says the external, right? So if you click on this, and if it changes to this, activate it, then now if you go do a preview and see what it would look like. Okay, so sometimes it gives you this error. There's nothing to worry about it. Just refresh the screen. So then it will be okay. So now you go student and then preview, load first 20 records. So if you're still getting this, then all you need to do is what you can do is when you're loading towards the data internal into the BI, it automatically we can manage that. Even if you get these, we can manage within the BI. Okay, don't worry about those. So now you have this. So now all you need to do is to load to PSA. So now do a right click on your data source. So these are the options when you right click on the data source. So one is to create info package and data transfer and transformations and manage. So now all I said is the info package is used to get the data from the source system. That's all the definition for the info package is. So info package is really triggering a job in the source system and bringing over the data to the target system. So now I create an info package. So the info package is, so this is the naming convention I usually use. So I'll put the source system name. So it's PC file underscore the data source name underscore a full or a delta. If it is a delta, I'll put a delta. If it is a full, I'll put a full. Okay? So now it's a full load, and then I'm just putting a full load. So now this technical name, whatever the 30 layers that I'm talking about, is I just highlighted it. It starts with VPAC underscore the total name. it's always the system generated. It's never been generated by us. It's a system generated name, okay? So now you're extracting it. So this is the location where you're extracting from, and this is where your file is. And then you are only loading it to a PSA, right? And then now your update is full update. And now you're going to save the info package first and then do a start. So when you do start, you make sure your Excel file is closed all the time. If you try to open it and leave it open and try to load, you might get errors. Make sure see, all my 12 records came into my PSA. So how do I see? So where is my PSA? So do a right click and do a manage. So manage is really going to take you to a place where it tells you, okay, this is my request number, and this is a date, and this is a time that loaded into the system. So now I want to see the data. So highlight that. If you have one or more requests, make sure you highlighted the request of the data that you want to see. So I highlighted that, and this is a delete button, and next to that is a manage PSA maintenance. So if I click on a PSA maintenance, it's going to tell me how many records that in that request. So in the same request, you might have thousands of packages. So the data packages. If you see, there is a first column called data package. So in the data package, you might have sometimes 20 or 30. The data package 1 to 30 or a 50. So each data package can have a different number of records. So usually what this data package will do, if you have 20,000 records, so it will divide the 20,000 into 5 packages or 6 packages and make sure it divides the number in that order, so that it takes first 3,000 records in the first package, second, third, fourth, and going forward. So it bundles up the 20,000, basically divides all to the 6 categories, 6 packages. So each package size, when the package size is lesser, it tries to do faster the job, because if you have less number of records, the processing time would be less. That's why it divides the packages, okay? Are you guys following?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm just viewing all my 12 records because I highlighted that and then said okay. So it will show me the 12 records that we just have it in the Excel file. Okay. So there is another way of going in and seeing the data table. So if you go to the student and then click on here, go to, and then there is the technical attributes. Click on technical attributes. See, there is a PSA table. So click on the PSA table and then see there is a contents button here, right? So if you click on the contents and then if you click on execute, see this is what your data is, right? This is all about the data. This is what the data that we looked at. So if you have 20 here, and then this is 1024. So now you have the bigger, all the values. See, the date from and date to are not the right way that we loaded. See, it's not loaded the right way.
Not the right match.
Right? See, this is what it is. So now we have to change the format of it. Okay.
Right.
So now, basically, all you need to do is when you do that, you need to make sure. So you delete. You go to the manage and delete this request. Okay, and then so go to the Excel file. So all you need to do is state formatted. Okay, so now I click change on this and then go to the fields.
Now for it to pick up the external format.
So now we have
This is the programming.
let's see. Does not match the user-dependent format. Okay. See the format. So sometimes these formats really not let you do what you want to do. So let's change this format. Until now. Production option. Stat. Conversion exit is not being negated. The national this is not being negated. Okay. Non-specified single date no. Okay, so now do date from. Okay, so date 2, all we need to do is the same thing. Activate it. Excuse me.
Question.
Thank you. Now, if you go and do a preview, do a refresh on that, so I will say 1. So then click on this, and then go to preview. Oh, come on. That's part of the preview. Okay, let's check this and then see manage. Okay, delete this. And then make sure the file is only having 1 response. Okay, so this is something which is really bothering it. Somewhere else. Okay. Save. Save, overwrite it. Okay. And now go here. So now I am rerunning the job. Let's see if it fails or if it succeeds. So now it still failed. Why it's failed? Error in the month 31 is global conversion address stat record form. Okay. It's basically the conversion exit. Okay. If this conversion exit is not taking that, then
Are you following the American date format? Because then it won't work, right?
No, we're following still the American date format, right? It's 12/31/2015.
Correct, but is the setting in SAP for the normal international date format?
Let me see. How the format was set for. Yeah. Usually on data. Ah, come on. I don't even authorize the back. So, okay. Service profile on data. Okay. So, if not that, 1 second. Let me try it a different way. Where was that profile? This should work. If not, date format should work this way. 12/31/2015, and then why is our settings is different? I can go to my favorites. So 01. I can maintain. I'll do one thing. For now, I will leave the date and stuff and load it, and I'll talk to the basis guy and change my role, and then we can change, because if you see the profile parameters, the role.
Here the date format is showing up as 30th December, not, you know what I mean?
See the same. So the same data format.
No.
So the same. What format you're talking about?
No, if you go up, it shows
Okay.
3012. No, it shows no. Same screen. It shows 3012. Yep, 3012. You see there? Whereas you're
Okay,
using
so
1230.
Okay, let's try that. So maybe I haven't seen that parameters, other parameters. So let's see this parameter if it works. Let's say. Okay, so now you should change the date. This should be fine, and then you want this to be changed another way, right?
Yeah, try that.
Maybe we'll try, but it should work the other way. Right, save. There. It's basically your this profile parameters. If you save this own data settings however you want it, it also takes you all the settings. So based on those settings, you can change these settings. So now let's go back and then try loading it. Yeah, it worked. So basically, it's not taking the other format. So now, so if you change that settings in the way you want it, you can also load that way. So yeah, you're right. So there is a one settings called here in the profile and the own data, where you can change the settings to the settings that you want, however the month, date, and the year, or dd.mm.yy or mm.dd.yy. So if you change the settings, the Excel file will work. So that's what I'm trying to do. So now you have this here. So if you go to the manage, and then if you see the date format should be in a right order than the other one which we just saw before. So now right click on a manage. So highlight this and then go to the PSA, and then the 12 record should be shown by now. So this is what we are trying to achieve, right? So this data set. So now I will create a transformation. So this is what you asked me. So how do we map and where it's going to load, right? So now do a right click on the input data source and click on transformations. So when you click on transformations, so you really need to tell them which object that you're trying to load the data. So it's an info object. So what is the info object? It's a VS2 ID, right? So when you click on that, so it automatically, because why it automatically maps, all these, when you're creating the data source, you name them the same way. If you don't create, when you're creating a data source, if you don't name it, you have to manually do the mapping. Did you get that? Hello?
Yeah.
So I'll show you if you, okay, let me activate it. So when you're creating the data source, given all the info objects, already the mapping is given.
So
if I don't map the, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can we have one of the elements with a different name so that you can show us how to do the mapping manually?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So I will show you, I will change there so that once I change it, it will be inactive and then we can do a mapping there. Let it activate. So now, if I go here, right, if you see in my feeds, I added every place, everything, right? So if I don't assign email address here, okay, so if I check, so now there is no info object added. So actually, what's there is email. This is what it is. I'm not compatible with the database error. So it's giving you, so now, check. Because you already loaded a request, right? So if I delete that request and then do a change, it will be okay. No. So now I delete the request, go to the Manage tab and delete this request. Okay, and then the structured details, because you are holding the data for that structure, right? It will not let you do changes. So when you go to the change now, and then go to the fields, and then go change this email address. So this is just an email. Check. So when you propose it, okay, what did it propose? Email. Okay, so now activate it. You activated it. So let's see.
Isn't it that you would have a different data source name for the element?
No, that's why I changed. Yeah, in the Excel file it says email. So I just changed it to an Excel file name. So for now it's an email.
Okay.
So now if I'm loading it again, right? So now if I'm loading it again, so it should load the data, whatever that is in Excel file. So it loaded. But when you go to your transformations, right? So now in the transformation is an invalid rule because you changed the name, right? So there is no email here associated to this. So it's really, where is our email? The phone number after city name, so there is no email address. So
What I meant was you changed it in SAP, right? But suppose you had the.
what was it, the question again? Okay, if I change the name in the SAP or here, I change it here. So if you want me to change it in SAP, I can change it to email 1 and then map it to an email 1 column also.
Okay.
I understand your question. So if I'm going in a wrong direction, correct me.
No, I mean, what I was trying to say was the typical issue would be that you had created an info object with the name, with whatever name, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But your source data would have a slightly different field name for that.
See, now you have is, so okay, whatever it might be my data source at the end. See, the Z email, right? The Z email is not mapped right now because I changed
Okay.
it's not automatically mapped. So now you have different names on your data source, not the info object names, because when I creating it, I made sure I mapped the info object names in that info object column there. If you don't give your info object in that particular info object column, which is this.
Correct. So there's two areas of failure, right? One area is the possibility of a change in the data element from your actual Excel spreadsheet to your info source, to your info source definition. The second area of failure is between your info source definition and your mapping.
Yes. So basically, if you see, there is a column called info object here. It's a template. So if you don't specify these, it still be fine. It still be fine. Okay? Because why I specified, so that your mapping, when you do the transformation, it automatically gets mapped. You don't need to do that mapping. Okay? Because the technical name, it behaves the same as this and this. So you're changing, you're assigning your info object before even the transformations. So what I'm trying to do, if you, in this case, I left it blank, the email, right? So email address, I left it blank. What happened in your transformation? It did not map because it doesn't know. They're same. See, they are same characteristic type and their length is 66, but they doesn't map because it doesn't know. That's the same element.
Right.
So until unless you map it manually, so you go to edit mode in this transformation and then you map it manually, it doesn't map. So now I mapped it manually. So in order to avoid the mapping manually, is because if you assign them in the column that I showed you, you will not do a mistake. Because if you do something in manual, you might also do a mistake because you will map to a wrong thing. You know? So what if you map a city to an address and an address to a city? So then you will see the wrong data in the columns.
Right, right. Okay.
So that when you assign that in that column, wherever I just shown you, if you assign them in here, it automatically maps. So we will not do another mistake. If we do something mistake in here in this assigning of the columns, then it's going to be a mistake. But you are avoiding another step where you will not make any mistakes. You understand? Are we clear on this? Everybody got this?
Yeah. Yes.
Elaine, did you get this?
No, I'm just watching.
Okay, so what I really did is, see, when we creating the data source, right? When we creating the data source, I'll show you one more example. So, okay, so now you got this point. Let me create another data source for the same thing, and then show you what's the difference, really. Okay. Create data source. Okay, so when I'm creating a student one, watch me careful. So here, when I'm creating it, so I'm giving you the same thing. So 1 second. So now here, if you go to this place and then do the same file location, and then I ignore the first one and my fixed, okay, comma. So now my proposal, right? So my proposal. So it has all these names, see, state, country. These are not the info objects. If you go to the fields, see, they're all blank. Do you see that? See, they're all blank. So I'm not even changing any info object. I'm not even mapping the info objects at this point. So now I will just activate this. So I activated this. So when I really do a transformation, so when I do a transformation with this, so let's say I do a transformation with this, with the same target object, you have to map it. See? Now we are avoiding this step. When you do a right click and create transformation, it automatically created for the previous one because you gave all the info objects which is on your target, you already mapped in the data source itself. Did you guys get that point?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Yes.
Aline, did you get that?
I'm watching, yeah, I see.
If you have a question, stop me there so I can show you another example so that you can understand. So now I have to manually map this.
It's a lot faster.
See, this is another 5 minutes of job to do this, all right? Because if it's a small structure, it's fine. If it's a big structure, then what? See, I made a mistake. So I randomly took the address to the state, city to the city, but the state to an address. So I made a mistake, right? I didn't pay attention on it. So I just made a mistake. So these kind of mistakes, we will make it. So to make sure we make sure less number of mistakes that we do when we create all this process of the steps. So that's why I would recommend you to put all the info objects in that place.
Okay.
You can't just copy that whole column to the next one and just put a Z in front of it? When you map it.
What was it?
You retyped every single field name. Student ID.
Okay. Okay, so in this
only
case, right?
difference was the Z in front of it.
In this case, yes, that's how we create it. But in the normal scenarios, you may not have this. That's what I'm saying. In the normal scenario, in the real-time scenario, you may not have everything in front of the Z. So if I activate a 0 objects, I will not use all the Z objects. That's what I'm saying. So tomorrow, I'll make sure I'll show you some 0 objects used in it, not all the Z objects. So what if you have a 0 object? Then also it maps, because when it checks the definition of it, right, what will really happen is when you assign the objects here in the first data source, if you see, I assign them in the fields, right? When I assign them here, it automatically checks the length and the data type towards the target and see how their namings are the same. And then it directly maps it up, so you don't need to map it. Where in the second data source, we haven't assigned any info objects in the column, so it doesn't know which one it really is supposed to map to. So that's why it left blank. So you have to manually go and map it.
The question is, if there's a quickest way to populate the info object column instead of retyping it.
Oh, okay. So how do we put, okay, what you can do is
I would sit there, copy and paste, and then
you
just
can
go
also
back
do
to
that.
the Z's in front
You
of
can
it.
also do that. So let's say you have this page, right? So I can copy this, Control C, and then just paste it here.
Yeah.
You don't need to type it.
Actually, so that is the quickest way. There's no other way to populate the whole, the entire information into the info object column?
Or you have another option. So you have to put all these names into an Excel file and then copy the string, whole string, and then place it this way.
Okay.
But the problem is the way that the Excel file is in this order. So you have to put your all info objects in the same order in the Excel file. If you misplace it, then you will get a lot of errors, because the data type of the Excel file doesn't match with the data type of your info object settings here. That's why I copied each and everything and named it as. Because let's say if you're in an Excel file, you put a student ID, name, city, state, country, and you left the address and you put the address at the bottom. But your actual address column in the Excel file is the third column.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So in the same format of the Excel file, how you formatted your data, your info object columns should also be formatted in the same order. If not, it's going to give you a lot of errors, because the data type errors, you have to identify one at a time and then see what went wrong.
Right.
Everybody got that? Or you want me to still show you what exactly I'm talking about? So So if you go to the Excel file, right? Oh, where was that Excel file? I'll open it. So in this Excel file, if you see all these names, the order of it is, so you have to put the same order because when it reads it, it reads the same order. That's what it is. So you cannot just, okay, if I put this way, let's say Z student here. Here if I just put Z student, okay, my info object name, stud ID, and then Z name, all this, and then you copy this from this column and paste it in the data source. So that should be fine. So when you have that all list there, and then you come up here, and then you paste it in this column, that should be fine. You will not make mistakes. So that's why either of the place you should be careful when you're assigning these objects. That's all it is. Either it is here or in the back at the transformations. So if you don't want to assign this, and then you just use the second approach that I just showed you, the same way, if you create a transformations with the second approach, then you have to map it by your own, every object that you look, and then map it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So now let's, I don't know if we have a data in this right now. Okay, so now let's load it to the first one. By using the first one, let's load it to the target, okay? So, and then right now to load the data from the PSA to the target, we need another object, which is DTP, data transfer process, okay? So data transfer process, I created it, and then it's between the source is the data source and the target is the Z2 ID. So whenever you're loading a master data, make sure this parameter was checked, the handle duplicate record. Okay? When you check that, if it has any errors or any duplicate records by any chance, it automatically neglects the record and it will not load. And you will not get those data errors again. So make sure you check in the DTP, make sure you handle the duplicate record key checked for master data specific. It's only for the master data. Okay?
Right.
So now you have to activate this. Until unless you activate it, you cannot execute. Okay? So once you activate it, then only your execute button will enable. Otherwise, it will be disabled. Okay? Once you create that, once you save, if you want to save it, you can save it. But until unless you activate the DTP, you will not able to execute the DTP. Is that clear? So now if I execute it, it should load 12 data records into the target. Excuse me. See, it's processing, right? So it says the data package, only we have one data package. See, it got errors. So what is the error? Updating info object, so error handling, check. It says John is not valid, computer science is not valid, Jesse is not valid, worship chemistry is not valid, Patrick is not valid. So it says something is not valid. Okay. So what is not valid? Let's see.
The Excel file open? Oh. Maybe.
Is your Excel file open still?
Yes, see?
Yes,
Don't save it. So now that's fine. So now we have the data. Let's see it in PSA. 1 second. Error handling. Okay, go back. use the grouping. What is that? That we getting right now. Error handling. Okay. What is CBS? Record handling, handle duplicate record keys, number of marks, update, extraction. Okay. Duplicate record keys. Okay. Let's see in the PSA. Okay, so in the PSA, are we fine in PSA? So what's in there? Student name. So student name. Oh, okay. So it's not letting this up. The PSA. All right. So okay, let me see that. So now we know what to do. Address. So we'll be fine with that. Let's see. So now let's load it and see. Locked by me. Okay. So close up myself. Delete. Okay, so what is the issue now? So it's reading and the transformation ended. And what is the issue? Error handling. The data record 1 was done is not valid. Your science is not valid. Jersey Patrick. New Jersey is not valid. City name. Okay, so let's check the transformation.
I mean, you have a mix of both uppercase and lowercase.
That's why I'm trying to make everything into lowercase. So
No, because Patrick and all the names start with capital P.
yeah, that's why I was trying to make them everything, make them into a lowercase so that it should work. So that's what I'm trying to do. So info object, city, so lowercase activated. So basically, if you don't get all these errors, so you will not learn. So that's why I try to put more and errors. So maybe we correct it, we'll get to know. So
it's a feature, not a bug, right?
it's not a it's not a bug. See, there's only one. There are a couple of bugs when you have when you change, or you can write a routine because I can still write a routine into an uppercase in the transformations or a lowercase. So I can write a formula there where I can ask them to convert the numbers into the smaller or the larger values. So that should be still fine. So the state should be okay. And all are capital, but okay, that's fine. Status should be fine. So let's load it again and see. Okay. Still it's not updating. Data package processing is terminated. So this is a different error what we got right now. Okay, rename. So it's only with a name right now. So everything else is good to go. So let's see what's name specific. Rename. Okay, so now we change this. Activate it. Yes. Excuse me. No. Now it should be okay because we changed all that and then right now we'll see. See, there is no data packets available and you have 12 records and 12 records loaded, right? So everybody understood what I did when I changed all those settings? Okay, I'll explain you. So in the Excel file, right, in the Excel file, we have, I started, the naming convention is this way. One with a capital letter and others are small, right? So it's getting confused in what way it's supposed to store. It cannot store one capital and small. It can also store that way. So when you have a conversion method there, so I haven't put the conversion method or I didn't ask it to convert to a lowercase. So what I did for now, I did everything to a lowercase. Either if I put a conversion routine in the conversion place, it automatically takes care of that. The lower and the uppercase, it automatically makes sure it converts the lower to a lower, upper to an uppercase, and then it's fine. So when we create an info object, we need to make sure that we wanted to load the data into that info object in a lowercase or lower and uppercase or just a lowercase or just an uppercase. If you want an uppercase, then you have to write a small formula on the transformation place where you can just convert the lower to an uppercase. I'll show you how to convert that.
You're loading into the persistent staging area, correct?
The persistent staging area we loaded, it will not give you an error because it's a flat file.
Right.
When you're loading into an object, then there itself, it decides the formats of SAP and it tries to make sure all in a formatted way. So that's why it's giving you an error. When I loaded.
So okay. Here you're trying to actually load from the PSA to the InfoCube, is that right?
Yes, that's where we got the errors. That's why I changed all the info object settings.
Okay.
Is that clear? Eileen, did you get it, what I did?
You change it to both lower and upper, so it's going to read it the way it is?
Okay, so if you make the lowercase check on all the info objects that I created where the text fields are, so what it's trying to do is, even if the text is upper and lowercase in both ways, it will load only in the lowercase, okay, in the target. It will not load uppercase and lowercase text. So
it won't load it, or it'll load it and convert it to lower?
It will convert it to a lowercase.
Lower.
Even if it, even if it is an uppercase or a lowercase, it just converts it, blindly converts to a lowercase. That's it.
Okay.
So if you want it to an uppercase, so let's say the same text, if you want to convert into an uppercase, there is another way where in the transformations where you can convert them into an uppercase.
Right.
So, so to exclude that, so all we need to do is write a formula here. So what I need to do a rule detail.
But if you want it to come in exactly the way it is?
Yes. So if you want exactly the way it is, I have to use
upper
a conversion.
And lower, right?
Yeah, then I have to use a conversion routine, and then where it exactly make sure the same thing that loads the same way.
You have to do another subroutine?
Okay, so in the info object itself, you can change that routine. So let's say here in the city, right?
Yeah.
The city, I have to use a conversion here. So let's say the country, there is a conversion routine for these. So the format, the text. Basically, if you see, 1 second. See this hierarchy node text. See this one. See they have, they most likely they have text. So they have alpha conversion. So these conversion modes really convert the value that it comes in. So we have to use these conversion methods in order to have them converted however they are. Okay. So I will show you that example tomorrow. Okay, changing all those conversions and taking off the lowercase so that you will see what and how to correct the error. So basically now you know if it is not a lowercase, it doesn't have a conversion, it will fail, right? That's what it happened today for us. If I give them into a conversions, already if I make them into a conversion methods and then take the lowercase off, it automatically gets loaded. Okay, that's one way of correcting it. So which way we should be correcting it, that we will decide. Okay?
Yeah. So for now, we have successfully loaded a flat file with 12 data fields into InfoCube.
Master data. Yeah, master data. A master data object. We haven't loaded anything. We haven't created InfoCube yet. So we created only a master data object, and we know how to load the flat file. And then I'll make the steps and then send it over to you guys. Okay?
Okay.
So we learned today how to create an info object, how to create an info area, how to create an application component, how to create a data source for a PC file system, okay? And then we try to load the flat file into an info object, which is a master data object, okay? And then once you load it, the last step, once you load it, you have to activate the master data. So once you load that, you have to go and activate the master data. So once you activate the master data, it generates all the SID IDs for that master data, and then it can be used in the reporting. Okay? It's too much for a day, but yeah, that's how it is. So one more thing, there's a symbol here, right? Next to the request ID, there is a symbol. So if you can see there is a symbol here, then it is ready for the reporting. If there is no symbol here, it's not ready for the reporting. See, the request is available for reporting. It says the request is available for reporting. That means the data is available for the reporting. If there is no symbol in that column specific, then the data is not available for the reporting.
Do you have the report ready?
There is no report yet. We haven't built the report, but the data, it means the data can be leveraged in the report. That is what it is saying. But at this point, we haven't created any report on top of the student database, right? We haven't created any reports. We just loaded the data today. So we will go forward and create some reports on this going forward.
Okay.
Okay?
Right, thanks.
All right. So tomorrow, what we're going to do, yes, go ahead. Yeah, I will send it. I will send it tonight.
Thanks.
So tomorrow, what we're going to do, you guys try, if you get time this week, you try to create some data source and some stuff, and sending me, if you can send me an email, I will answer those. So if you have any errors, just send me the screenshot and then what you're trying to achieve, so that I will try to correct it by using my login, and then tell you what steps you went wrong, and then you can correct it or you can redo it. Okay?
Yeah, super. You're also going to send us these steps with a few screenshots after about an hour, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Once I'm done, I will send you the screenshots. Okay?
Okay, and the GUI installation guide in the textbook, you said, would it be up on the shared drive, or you're going to send us a Dropbox?
I will talk to Madhu or Neelu's office and then see if they have the GUI or not. I have to download it from the marketplace and then send it to you guys. And then I'll show you how to install it. It's not a big of a deal, so you guys can install it. I'll send you the instructions. Okay?
Okay. And the textbook will be on the Dropbox you mentioned?
Yeah, either I will send a link for the Dropbox so you can download it, the practical guide, which she haven't shared with you, or I'll ask her to put it in a share drive, or tomorrow in the morning, if she can give you a pen drive, or whoever in the office, they can load it there, and otherwise I will send you a link.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Okay?
Can you just do that tonight instead of, I think, I'd like to go home and review because I have this evening. Can you put that practical guide out there for us in the Dropbox and send a link?
Today?
The practical guide.
You want it? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So you want it right now? You want it right now?
Yeah.
The link should be okay. I'll talk to her and then see if it is easy to send it over the link. I will send it over. Okay.
Okay.
So make sure all these email addresses are correct, so that I have. If something is wrong, then let me know. I think Wasim's address I have to retype it.
Yeah, just
That's
put
very-
it email.com.
Oh, you just did a mail?
Yeah, I
It's
must
just
have,
in the Gmail instead of just mail.
G is missing.
Okay. You just
You have
Gmail. Okay.
that's all.
All right.
Okay. So everybody else email address is correct, right? As
Yeah,
far as in
mine's
this.
good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll send it over the documents to these email addresses going forward.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be super.
All right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Have a nice day. We'll meet tomorrow at the same time, I guess. Okay?
Okay,
All right,
and
thank
look forward to the steps so that tonight we can work
Sure.
on it. Okay.
Yeah.
So
All
there's
right.
6
Yeah.
of
I
us
will
in
do
the
that.
class.
Yeah, thank you.
What was it, Aline?
There's 6 of us in the class then.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
There are six of us in the class?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think there are 6 people here, right? Wasim,
Juri,
Raghu, Hare Krishna, yourself, and then I don't know. I think RK. What was it? Kaushik and Kiran Kaushik, and then
Rakib.
Rakib. Yes, Rakib. Yeah. So I don't know about others because it says 9 attendees, but yeah, there's only 6 people email addresses I got so far. So I don't know yet. All right.
All right.
So I'll send you the guides for these 6 guys, and then we'll see what it's going to be. Okay.
All right.
All right, guys. Thanks for the
Thank you.
session. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hang on.